Okay, so we are going to do career, education and finance readings by popular demand. Okay, lots of people want to know how things are going to go for them. Which is absolutely fine. Ask for it and it shall be done. Let's do a bit of sage. So I'll do a 3-card spread and I'll get a past, present and future specifically surrounding education, career and finance. Okay. I was going to do it yesterday and then I got really emotional because I did a tarot reading for someone that I know that's going through a hard time, and I just couldn't do it. I was too emotional afterwards, so we're doing it this morning. My nervous system was wrecked. I will be doing the weekly all signs love readings afterwards, but I'm doing career, education and finance first because a lot of people have been asking for it. Okay, so we've got a new tarot deck. You know me, can't resist. This is the Desert Dreams tarot deck. Okay. So first time using this deck, it's really nice. What sign are you? Thank you for subscribing. Thanks for the likes. See Vash, if you watch your sign, okay, then it may answer your question for you. I'm starting off with Aries and I'm going through in zodiac order, okay. Welcome in the Brat. Welcome in Satish. This is a brand new deck, so it might take me a moment just to I'm only just starting Aries now. You're just in time, okay. Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aries highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards for past, present and future, specifically with regards to career, education and finance. Career, education and finance. One for the past being the recent past, so the last month or so, the present being today, tomorrow, yesterday, and the future being the month ahead. Okay, so first of all, this is a big deck, isn't it? I can't get my hands around it, guys. Right, okay, so for the recent past, career, education and finance for Aries, how's that been? You've been quite lucky in the recent past, Aries. We've got the Wheel of Fortune. How nice is this card, by the way? You've had a lot of career success, okay? Very, very strong position in the recent past. Let's get one for the present. Did they? That's really interesting, comrade. That's really interesting. I'd like to read up about that. Welcome in, Dawson. Welcome in, Ava. Welcome in, Kabir. Welcome in, Sammy. Wow, there's a lot of people that want to know about career. I'll have to do this more often while I'm off. Okay, so for the present, today, tomorrow, yesterday, you've got the Temperance, the Moon, and the Four of Pentacles. So you're all about getting a steady footing, finding balance, equilibrium. You're trying to be cautious and very, very careful with the Moon card. You know, this is water energy. Temperance is all about getting balance. It's the major arcana for Sagittarius. The archer needs to get steady footing and get their aim right, okay? If they've got chaos or drama, if they are frivolous with their spending, if they don't have a strategy, they'll shoot and they'll miss, okay? So that fire energy needs stability. It needs to be earthed and grounded. The moon is trying to foresee upcoming problems, so like unexpected delays, unexpected challenges, you know, pots of money that need to be spent. We need a slush fund, we need savings. We may need a bit more than what we've judged. So you could be trying to be cautious because you got the Four of Pentacles, which is the miser card. Pentacles are coins. Okay, so the miser is miserly. They hold on to their money. They try to preserve it. You know, you're trying to build up your savings and not dip into them, like maybe you've been tempted to in the past. Let's get one for the future. You're very grateful for your success, Aries. You know, you're being a proper emperor and you're, you know, you're spending because that's an abundance mindset. If you stop spending money and you panic about money, you won't get any more money, right? But you're not gonna spend what you've been given. You're not gonna spend all of it. You've got big plans for it, I think. Two of Wands and the Three of Wands. Okay, so you're building up plans. You've got big plans for the money that you've got. And the Three of Wands is taking action. So whether it's like developing a property, reinvesting it into a business that you've started, beginning a side hustle, you've got big plans, okay? And I think it's all systems go. There's no like, there's nothing warning me about anything. I just think it's like tick, 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 like you're gonna get the green light from the universe. You know, decide what it is that you want and put it into action. That's what I'm getting, okay? If you're wondering about, you know, your career and you don't know what it is that you're good at, or you would like to start a business but you've got no direction when it comes to that, let's see what's suggested for your true life's purpose. Because when you find something you're really made for, you can't really fail with it. Do you know what I mean? And with your own business, you get out what you put in. Or if you're looking to level up financially, going to like a whole new career level by going back to school, you know, let's see what comes out. Artist, okay. So you're a very creative person, and this is in 2025. If you make your own channel, I was just at a friend's house yesterday. She's very talented. Her daughter and one of her sons are incredibly talented with your graphic art. He's sketched like whole cities in Italy from photographs that have been taken, and it looks like, Assassin's Creed. The quality of what he does, like, I'm blown away, and it's digital. He does it on he's studied graphic art, but it's so good. It's like painstakingly accurate, and I just haven't got the patience for stuff like that. And this kid is like crazy talented. You could zoom into that. The image was so high quality, you could have zoomed into any part of what he had drawn, and it felt like you were dipping into parts of the city and a perspective and everything. And I was just like, oh my God. I left feeling very much like an underachiever. And then her daughter is like using mixed media. She's only gone to a couple of classes, but she has got an art. She has got a fine arts degree. And it's like, wow. I thought if you studied fine art, I thought maybe like, I don't know, you do like, museum curator or something a bit stuffy. She's fantastic at like contemporary art, actually. It like, do you know, like surrealism and impressionism and like just messy stuff that's very messy. You could totally make a career out of that if you have a channel. If she makes prints of what she does, like if she teaches other people, through her channel. Oh my goodness me, like 2025 is a very exciting time to utilize the skills that you've got, your natural talents, and you can enhance them and hone them by doing a professional qualification, but you don't have to. So artist is what's come out for you, Aries. Should we put that there? Now, certain characteristics in your personality, things that are going to work really in your favour when it comes to career, education and finance. Let's have a look and see what comes out. Forgiveness. I can let it go when a friend makes mistakes or hurts my feelings. Okay, so this really, really helps you in your career. The ability to forgive, because it means that you're able to not hold grudges, and in a workplace that's very important. When it comes to having to work with other souls in a workplace, people are going to make mistakes. People are going to not use their best judgment sometimes. People are emotional. Okay, so it's very good that you are a forgiving person. You're able to collaborate without falling out. I've seen some terrible arguments in workplaces. I've seen people absolutely lose it and use swear words and like be so unprofessional. You're very professional, Aries, okay? Let's get you some positive affirmations. But it's all looking very, very good. You've had a lot of luck so far. You are steadying yourself. You're getting ready to shoot your shot. And in the next month or so, you're going to be taking action on whatever it is that your goals and your dreams are. It's looking fantastic for you. I am capable of achieving all of my goals and my dreams. I am capable of overcoming any obstacle. I mean, I'm getting really G'd up off this. It's really exciting me. So maybe that's how you're feeling at the moment. I'm surrounded by positive and supportive people. You've got a tribe around you, okay? People who you can confide in, people who you can get advice off of, because often in workplaces, it's like a chessboard. You got to navigate and negotiate around different people who've got different motivations. They're seeing things from a very different point of view, whether they're like upper management, middle management, whether they're a subordinate. It's very difficult. People are the hardest thing to manage and navigate around and deal with. But You can totally do it. You've got a lot of good advisors around you, people who have more life experience than you, okay? Um, People who've been in similar situations, who could be the same age as you. I wouldn't look to anyone younger because you're Aries, the Emperor, and with great power comes great responsibility. So it might be entertaining to run it by other people, but you need people who've got your experience or more when it comes to advice. Virgos are fantastic for advice like that, and Geminis are as well. I am capable of achieving my dreams and my aspirations. Fantastic. I am worthy of all the good things that come into my life. You deserve this, Aries. The universe, has granted you good fortune because you deserve it. I'm worthy of success and happiness. Oh my goodness me, that's looking so good. Should we get you some sacred geometry? Sacred geometry, you can see some here on this candle, like lantern holder, whatever it is. No disrespect. It's absolutely stunning. I love it. It's like Arabic style, isn't it? It's really nice. Sacred geometry has no beginning and it has no end, okay? And that's how the universe is. And you are part of the universe. As human beings, we separate ourselves from our environment and we think of ourselves as, disassociated to it. Don't do that, okay? Think of it in a science way. These are atoms and you're one of those atoms. Everything in the universe is made up of atoms, okay? So you are part of the universe. Money is energy. Energy cannot be created nor can it be destroyed. It's just flowing, okay, all around us, through us. So you can't miss your dreams, you can't miss your goals. They're coming to you. An abundance mindset is someone who spends money knowing more money will be made. Okay. If you don't spend money, if you believe that you're always having bad luck with money, you lower your vibrations and then you kind of block your own success. So just believe that. Um, and this gets easier the older you get because the more times you live through losing jobs and getting jobs and making your own success, the more confident you get that everything's going to become right again, and you learn how to keep some savings, and you learn how to spend some money, knowing that more money will come. Okay, it's like a very important thing to believe that you are naturally abundant. So we're currently on Aries, if you just come in, because I know there's a lot of people. Earth, okay. The frequency of Earth activates our deep connection to this physical plane by showing us the beauty of all the aspects of our Great Mother and revealing the more ethereal, spiritual aspects of our nature. Okay, so get in touch with your spiritual side, okay? Because all of this brings everything together. Your ability to, that's the heart chakra to me because it's green, okay? So the ability to forgive is utilized by the heart chakra. Creatives are also empaths. So you're very unique if you're in Aries and yet you've got all this capacity for creativity, if you've got a very like active ability, to empathize with others, you can use it all like very holistically to your advantage. Okay, because you need to be able to deal with people in workplaces and calm down that fire energy and not lose your temper. And when you earth yourself, you ground yourself, and earth signs are very nurturing. If you think about Virgo, if you think about Taurus, Capricorn, very stoic, hard workers, but very sensitive to the people that are around them as well. My sister's like currently working in HR and she's really good at it actually. She's very, very like, she's an Aries and she's on a high, 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 high salary. Emphasis on high. In a very large energy company, but she's very, very good at dealing with people. Nice spread. Okay, it's looking really good for you, Aries. I'm going to move on. I'm going to go on to Taurus now. Oops, that's my PlayStation controller. Need to be more careful with that. Okay, Taurus. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Taurus's highest good. When it comes to career, education, and finance, please can you give me 3 cards? One for Taurus's recent past, say the last month. One for Taurus's present, say today, tomorrow, yesterday. And one for Taurus's near future, so the month ahead. First card for the recent past when it comes to Taurus's career, education, and finance, please. So in the recent past, you had the 5 of Wands. Okay, so you could have dealt with a lot of conflict in your workplace for the last month or so. Workplaces are incredibly tricky. I find that you can go into a workplace and you can maybe be there for 6 months to a year before the real politics starts to come out, or before the tides changes when it comes to management styles. Different people come and go, different superiors come and go. It's like dealing cards out. The universe is dealing cards out when you're in a workplace. There's so much external factors that influence your day-to-day quality of life and work, what your experience is, how people choose to manage you, their strategy of management, whether they believe in caring for employees, whether they believe in, tough love or high expectations, whether they're perfectionists. It's very, very interesting. And also things like dealing with sociopaths, people that see you as a threat. The wider situation with investment into companies or companies being bought by private investors, companies going into liquidation. There's a lot going on in the world at the moment. It's very, very changeable. You will probably get 6 to 12 months before, your workplace changes after joining it. And it can be really stressful because you feel out of control. Okay, so you may feel like it's been a bit of a battle going into work each day with that 5 of Wands. That's what that represents. I love these cards, guys. This is a new deck. It's the Desert Dreams Tarot deck. It's off Temu. It looks like an arena, doesn't it? They're literally like fighting with both arms, like different kinds of weapons. Whilst riding a horse, do you know what I mean? You may feel like I have not got a chance to like put my guard down, not for a second. Let's have a look at the present. Oh my goodness me, the Emperor. Taurus, you've withstood everything that was thrown at you, and you've come out on top. The Emperor is the highest status in the tarot deck. I feel like bursting into tears because I'm a Taurus, but I felt like that with the Aries reading as well. I'm an Aries cusper. You've got to a place in your career, Taurus, where you feel like an emperor, you know, and people view you as one. You may not believe that you have that status, or you may feel like you got the status, but you feel like an imposter. But you're in a fantastic position at the moment. And it's through nothing but hard work, determination, having to battle, okay, all kinds of shit getting thrown your way, and different characters, different people with different motives. Like I said about the wider world, constant change, constant. You haven't mastered how to navigate. Do you know what I mean? You're like Columbus at this point, like. Taurus will graft, you know, Taurus the bull, if you think about like ploughing fields, if you think about the strength of a bull, what it's capable of. Um, there's a theory called Kaizen, like a concept called Kaizen, and if you do 15 minutes of something each day, like learn a language or hone a skill, you know, I feel like if that was each day of your life, Taurus, that pure graft and grind like every single day, you yield fantastic results eventually. Like, I think it's slow and steady wins the race with Taurus, and you've got to a point where you're there, and people like the the good thing about slow and steady is no one can knock you off that spot once you're there. When some people like get early success, it's not. It's a bit like learning to drive. My brother-in-law, before he passed, he believed in the more lessons that you have, the more hours on the road that you have, the better the driver you are. And bear with me because this is it's a very like intelligent metaphor. But you've waited a long time for this success, Taurus. But now that you're here, no one can knock you from that position because it wasn't a fluke and it wasn't luck. It was just grim determination, dedication, being passionate about what you do, caring about it, and wanting success long term. And you've taken like many different roads to get there. You know, it's like taking all the B roads on a map, but you've got such experience and knowledge and wisdom and so many different, like such a wide array of skills. No one's knocking you from that top spot now. You're sitting pretty, okay? So that's a really good position that you find yourself in, and it's not through anything other than hard work and resilience. And you know, look at the strength in that back on that ball. Like, you can take the weight, you can take the strain. It doesn't mean it's easy. It's not easy. It's nothing to do with that. It's just getting on with it and doing it, you know? I think with Taurians, you don't feel strong. You suffer a lot. You suffer a lot, right? But you're just still there doing it, and it's, I don't know, something about a Taurus. I think it's intimidating to people, and you don't realise that you're intimidating people because you're so focused on what you're doing. You don't mean any harm to anyone, but people are fucking freaked out by it. Okay, so for the month ahead, for the month ahead, King of Swords. King of Swords is all about using your intelligence. Okay, so a King of Swords is like a chess player. They are air energy. Okay, King of Swords is like Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. So it's all about knowledge being power. Swords are information, communication, okay? A King of Swords, it's like heavy Aquarian energy. These are people who are all about community. And I mean, they wish to help people in their community by being a mentor, by being a teacher, by taking on maybe an air of authority or power. When you have something like a position where you could grant certain things to people, like legal powers or powers to arrest people or powers to give out tickets, fines, powers to make people culpable and responsible for the things that they've done, sense of justice. It's about knowing what's right and wrong and having a strong sense of, what's good for the people, what is right for the people. Being a powerful orator, influencer, a powerful writer as well. The King of Swords card is upright. When it's upright, you're using that knowledge and ability to speak well. Not to take advantage of others, but for the betterment of society. If it's reversed, it's using those skills that you've got against people in a negative way. It'd be manipulative energy. It would be premeditated, to take advantage of people. It's not. Okay, it's upright. So you have been given the success that you have, Taurus, because you can be trusted with it. Okay, that's the long and the short of it. It's taken you like a long time to get to where you are, and you deserve it because you've never taken advantage of anyone. You've proven yourself, okay, that you're worthy of this responsibility of running an empire, because there's not a chance in hell that you're going to take advantage of anyone or make anyone feel a kind of way. That isn't necessary, okay, or that's undeserving. You would never take advantage of anyone. You could be using your skills in the month ahead to mentor people, to inspire people, to motivate them, to encourage them, to heal them. Some people find career success very healing. They become far more independent. They realise that they don't need to rely upon relationships to make them happy, that the outcome of, their existence isn't down to what someone else does or says. That they can be happy and contented from the work that they do. Not even the work, but like hobbies and passions. It's very healing for people, and you let's see what comes out for your life's purpose, but you may use your unique skills and your strength of character and your position of power to make people accountable for the things that they do if they do wrong, or to motivate or influence people positively. You may do charity work and things like this as well. Let's see. Yoga. Your life is enhanced by yoga, stretching, and exercising. Okay, so you could be someone that helps people with physio or with their physical health, their mental health. I know weightlifting and things that require discipline, like bodybuilding, can be very good for mental health, or just different routines, holistic things like yoga, sound baths, alternative medicines. You could be someone that is literally like helping people mentally. and emotionally and spiritually through exercise. Okay. What's this? Oracle cards. You are able to discern answers and guidance for yourself and others. Okay. So you could be someone like a medium or a tarot reader. You could be someone that is a counselor or a therapist, you know, like you could be someone that goes into companies and gets to know the lay of the land and then finds out who is, you know, stealing from the company or who's making a lot of mistakes, you know, that's costing a lot. Some people are really good listeners. I've got a friend who she's a nurse assessor, right? But I've never ever felt so comfortable around anyone than this person. She's so calm. She is a Taurus. She gives off like Earth Mother vibes. She makes a beautiful like home, but it's to welcome people into it, and then she just listens and like she's very like non-judgmental, very supportive. You feel like safe around her. Like I think people feel like that around you, Taurus, like whether that's like as a career focus or not. You almost evolve into finding a way to use those qualities and eventually make money from it just almost like accidentally. It was never the intention to make money from it, but it's like people really appreciate these qualities in you. Elements of your like character that people admire about you, which is going to help you with your career, education, and finance. Look, your perseverance, absolutely. Determination, like getting beyond like whatever's thrown at you, you know, like whether that be different people, colleagues, co-workers, customers, whatever it is that's getting thrown at you, you're able to. I've had people come in, like, actually, no, I've gone into workplaces where someone's just decided they've got it in for me. They hate my guts, right? And I've outlasted every single one of them. And I'm laughing like an evil bad guy. But it's because they just think that they can, like, be playground nasty and I will like be intimidated, and it's like that's never worked with me, like not in school, not like as an adult. Even if they try to get me in trouble, it's I don't know what it is. It's like because I'm an honest person, because I work hard and I do worry about my performance in work and I want the best for the organization, that comes across. And anyone who's a troublemaker is already well known to management, and I just find it laughable. I find it laughable, like it's almost entertaining to me. Um, don't get me wrong, at times like it's very stressful and it pisses me off because all I want is people to just get on with their job so I can get on with mine. I don't want drama, but if you come for me, like you will lose. I'm sorry, like you will. And you know, like Taurians, because we're empaths and because we generally want the best for people, or we just, if we don't like you, because not everyone likes everyone, we just won't be around you. We don't wish you harm. We just want to get on with what we're doing, you know, mind our own business. But I think we're so protected because of that, that anyone that does wish us harm, um, and everyone gets, you know, enemies that are unwanted, you're just not asked about them. They can't touch you. They're throwing rocks at giants. It happens with narcissists as well that come towards you, sociopaths. They expect a Taurus to crumble, or like, because we're empaths, they think that we'll just start crying or do whatever they want. They don't understand. They don't understand, like, if someone argues with me in a relationship, I'll argue back. I wouldn't argue in a workplace because that's a workplace and that's different. but I'll just sit and listen to what they're saying and nod and agree, because no one can like go anywhere with that. If you nod and you agree with what they're saying, what can they do with that? You've accepted the information. They can't say they're not listening to what I'm saying. They argued, this was their reply. They can't do anything. So it's just clever to just in a workplace just nod and agree and say, okay, sorry about that. They can't, what can they do? They can't do anything. You know, never good to argue in a workplace, but um in terms of like in a relationship, if someone thinks they're going to frighten me by, you know, punching a wall or punching a door or a window in, it's not going to happen. But that's what's bad, is like we could end up hating each other. Do you know what I mean? But it's I don't know, like I'm never going to back down to anyone who verbally, like, I'm not saying I want to get into physical fights with people, nobody wants that. But if someone thinks they're going to intimidate me, like a karmic thinks, like if they argue or raise their voice to me, they don't expect me to argue and raise my voice back. And it doesn't stop them. You have to get away from them. But people just, they get the wrong idea about Tauruses. They mistake kindness for weakness. No, no. Big mistake. I am constantly learning and growing. This is why you've got to where you are, Taurus, because everything that you've withstood, you've reflected on, you've talked about with the people around you, you've processed it, and you've never forgotten it. They're lessons in the bank, do you know what I mean? It's like turning the pages of a book and consuming everything that is laid out on that page. You are like the Hierophant, okay? So you are a font of knowledge at this point. I radiate confidence and self-assurance. It intimidates the hell out of people. They're freaked out by it because normally they can make people. I'm not saying you don't suffer and you don't go home and maybe cry sometimes or you don't get frustrated, but it's just because you don't want any drama. You're not looking for trouble. But you are protected, you're divinely protected, and people will lose every time. Some people don't like you, they just don't like you, and it's because they think that you're having a really easy time. They think that everything works out for you, that you don't have a tough time. It's an assumption that's completely wrong. Um, it pisses people off. They don't like it. They don't like it. I'm at peace with myself around the world. Sorry, I'm at peace with myself and the world around me. You you do suffer a lot when there's drama around you. You don't like it at all, okay? But you're able to. I think something a Taurus is good at is like they know that they're drained, so they'll come home, they'll like take an hour or two to decompress. Even at the highest peak of stress, you're able to bring yourself down. You know the ways to do it, okay? And it's usually by isolating yourself. And, you know, my family didn't used to understand that about me. They used to think I was rude because I'd come home from work and I'd like, you know, lock myself away in my room for an hour and they'd be like, what the hell? You know, but I need it. I need that to decompress because I'm stressed. A bull belongs in a pasture and they should have that whole pasture to themselves. They can stand to be around others, of course they can, but we prefer one-on-one time. I work in a school, right? So it's like working in a beehive. It's noisy, it's busy. I've got like decisions to make constantly. It's high pressure. I can't really get a breather all day. It's a short day, but it's an intense day. And then I've got stuff to do when I get home. And it's like, if I don't take time out, I'm not going to make it. Okay. So I actually need that because I don't want to. I've taken so much on my back all day that I like I'll keep up the facade while I'm in work and then I get home and I've got to crumble. I've got to because I've had to be strong in front of everyone. I've had to do that all day. Do you know what I mean? It's rare for me to cry in work or do anything like that, or be, well, I do shout, but if it comes to altercations with adults, negotiating colleagues, superiors, subordinates, anyone that's on my level, I can keep the facade until I get home, no matter how upset I am or stressed I am or pissed off I am. I will be professional no matter what. So it's like golden to have a Taurus as an employee, because they'll be professional no matter what. Okay, it doesn't matter how they're feeling inside. Let's get you some sacred geometry and then we'll move on. Conception. The frequency of conception invites us to bring our consciousness to our origin, the place where everything in creation begins. It helps us to remember the infinite potential and possibilities of this space and what we can manifest through our own focused awareness and intentions. Okay, so you're very good at manifesting what you want. You know, you manifested yourself from a complete battlefield into being in a position of the Emperor. You're the most important vessel for manifestation, Taurus. You're very good at it because you're very spiritual, you're very introspective. There's depth to this. Okay, we're not what we look like. There's so much more to us than that. It's like eons and eons of depth. You know how the universe is infinite and we think of the universe like in an outwards way. Taurians are infinite inward, if that makes sense. Like, it's just limitless, really. Healing. The frequency of healing supports our intrinsic ability to restore our health and wholeness by consciously using the information that comes to us through our senses and harmonizing everything accordingly. So we will suffer all day taking on, we're so sensitive to everything around us, we take on all of everyone's stress and problems that they throw at us. Okay, whether it's directed at us or we're just around it, it stresses us out. Okay, we absorb it like sponges, which is why we need a lot of time to decompress and be by ourselves for many hours afterwards. Like, I'll have whole weekends where I don't see anyone, I don't go out my room because I'm in recovery. Okay. But it's like you're always able to bring yourself back to to reset. Sacral chakra, okay. The frequency of the sacral chakra, the orange flower of life, excuse me, supports our ability to flow with our desires and stimulates our creative power to manifest success and abundance in our lives. You've mastered this. You've absolutely mastered it. You know, like the Empress card, she's the master creator. She can create from zero as many times as she needs to and get to the highest status, okay, in the tarot deck. She is full of creativity, productivity. She's very productive. She can be pregnant literally or pregnant with possibility, pregnant with ideas. Like, your success moves with you wherever you go because you are the source of it. Does that make sense? Other people find success. You are success. You have all the ingredients within you to create that wherever you are in the world as many times as you need to, because you have to reset a lot. Drama happens, things take your success away from you, or you have to make a move and leave somewhere. But you'll always start over and you'll always win. You know, it takes time, but you'll always do it. Romantic love. The frequency of romantic love supports our journey to feel whole and complete through the experience with and reflection of a conscious lover. There's something that you're good on your own, Taurus, but when you're in love, you like freaking glow. And even the excitement of the potential of love, it like powers you, like it's such a good motivator. I think you want a traditional love though. Like sometimes people bring us chaos and drama or make us very, very upset and they knock us off our game. And we don't want that as the Emperor. So I think you're going to hold off to make sure that, you know, nothing, because you are like a lover. You are very affected by love, you know, deeply and profoundly, and it upsets you for a very long time when it doesn't go right. So I think, you know, like no one's going to turn your eye for a while unless they're very stable and unless they're very traditional and hold the door open for you, you know, or make you feel like you are cared for, you are supported, you are safe. They're going to be there every day, like showing up for you. Like, I know it's not a love reading, but it's come out, guys. So, because you've got important work to do going forwards, and it's not right that anyone bring you drama. That would be an unjust thing. And you're all about helping others and using the status that you've got to and the resources that you've acquired to helping others. You've got a lot of important charity work helping people that you know personally or people that you don't know at all. You've got a lot of important things to achieve, and it's not fair to sort of have that distraction and that being pulled off your game is gonna like stop you from helping other people as well in a much wider sense, you know, like hundreds, thousands of people. You've got like a big reach now that you can help a lot of people, so don't let anyone take you off your game. Have I forgotten to do something? I feel like I've forgotten to do something. No, we've done everything, haven't we? We've done everything. Okay, I'm going to move on from Taurus and I'm going to go on to Gemini. Hi, Truth Hurts. Hi, Kashawn. Hi, Ivan. Hi, Donna. I find it very difficult to make decisions because hi, Zaresh. Hi, Rozia. I'm very well, thank you. I'm Libra moon, so I see both sides of everything and I cannot pick out things like birthday cards. Like, I like care too much about what I'm seeing. Oh, hi, Very Redbeard. Well, you can always rewind. I've only just finished it. I've done half an hour for each, so if you go to like 30 minutes, you'll find it. Sociopaths comes in when you're talking about workplaces. Were you listening? There's sociopaths in every workplace. If you think that there aren't types of people in workplaces, you just don't understand on that level, or you haven't worked there long enough for them to show their moves yet. Workplaces are chessboards, right? And people change in work. They become like gladiators in an arena, like, especially if there's a threat to positions, if there's redundancies being made. My God, it becomes a battlefield. People who've been perfectly cordial and even got on well with you can turn. Okay, it's every person for themselves because it's their income, it's their like stability in life. So I'm 40 now. I've lived that so many times. I've changed workplaces a lot. You've got to be dynamic now. You've got to maneuver yourself and use workplaces as stepping stones. Do not try to stay in one forever because the world's too changeable. Okay, be dynamic and get ready to jump before you push. Workplaces change. You probably get a couple of good years now in a workplace before it gets bought or something external happens, or they invite people in that are just very strange, and it's it can be like a prison if you're not careful. You got to have the confidence to create opportunities or just walk out if it gets really bad. It's a mistake to stay. Yeah, and you can't judge other people by your own standards. Certain things I would never do to other people. And my family, my dad, my mum, my sister, we just would never do the things that other people have done. Not everyone's got the same heart as you. Not everyone's got the same mind, the same principles. They will do like what you would never think of doing. And some people are always, their mind's working 10 steps ahead. I don't think like that. I think in the moment. I don't try to like make a plan or, how I'm going to operate to negotiate around other people. I'm not premeditated like that. But I try to discuss things with people who've got a bit more foresight than me. Like my parents are very good at that. I worry about the day that they're not here anymore, actually, because they're so good at understanding what people's next 10 moves are probably going to be. And I've always been really bad at that. I've always been like, I'm basically blind as a bat when it comes to stuff like that because I'm an empath. I'm not an attacker. I'm not out to deceive people or manipulate people. So my parents aren't out to manipulate or deceive people, but they're quite good at understanding what the next moves of people are probably going to be. So you can always find people who, when you run stuff by them and you describe people in your workplace, they're quite good at like foreseeing stuff, which can be helpful. Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Gemini's highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards, one for the recent past, so the last month for Gemini in terms of career, education and finance, one for the present, so today, tomorrow, yesterday, and one for the near future, so the month ahead. Straight out. Okay, we've got a combination. Let's read from the back. The King of Wands. Okay. Oh, how nice are these cards? The Emperor. Guys, we've had 3 readings and the Emperor's come out in all 3. The 5 of Wands, look at this, and the 4 of Cups. Okay. Gemini. Okay, so the King of Wands is someone who's, he is sitting steady in his power. He's got definite authority. He's got more ambition, more goals, plenty of drive. You could be very self-motivated, okay? I think you are intimidating to people because this is fire sign energy now. And this is motivated by the solar plexus chakra. So where your tummy is, like where your belly button is, or just above, that's where your solar plexus is. And that gives you confidence. It gives you the courage to be assertive, to confront people who are causing trouble, to confront people who are, being passive aggressive, to confront people who are being deceptive in workplaces. People know that you will speak your mind and that you will do what needs to be done, okay, to confront them, and that's terrifying. You're also very good at, like if you go into a company and you need to turn it around so that they break even and then make a profit, and at the moment they're making a loss, you're very good at creating a new direction for an organization or a company. If it was a charity, that needed to make more money for the pot in order to help others, and it just wasn't being, it was not being dynamic enough, not being creative enough, you have the ability to like plan out a new route, to get a new plan of attack, like very good at like maybe sales and marketing or something like this. The King of Wands, you say, is ambitious. They're goal orientated, okay? So you might be very good at looking at the future projections of where a company or organization can go. I mean, you're the Emperor, okay? Like, so you've been someone with all the knowledge, someone with all the empathy, someone with all the, I'm trying to think of all the 4 kings, someone with the stability, like financially, because if you're not focused in your own life, how can you like help others in work? How can you help a workplace with its future focus and its future projection? You have all 4 kings, okay? You're the King of Pentacles, the King of Wands, the King of Swords. You have integrity. If you don't have integrity in what you do, you may win quickly, but you'll fall quickly as well. Because you'll go to jail or you'll get bad karma for like doing wrong by people. So again, you've been granted the status of Emperor because you have integrity. You don't wish people harm. If there's someone that's not functioning great in a workplace, you'll try to work with them to get them functioning right. Okay, so that is the secret of being an Emperor, is making things work for the advantage of the greater good of the entire company. Not every person needs to be eradicated. Sometimes they need mentoring, sometimes they've got really serious personal problems and they need some to go under your wing a little bit, to be sheltered from other people that getting pissed off with them or whatever. All things need to be considered because people are people and they have a lot on their plate. You don't know if someone's a carer. You don't know if someone has addiction. You don't know if, I don't know, they've got like extreme health problems. You need to understand the people in your team, in your company, in your work community, okay, in order to get the best out of them. They don't always need to be eradicated. Sometimes they do, Okay, but you would follow the correct procedures for that, and you would give them a chance to improve. You're a fair person, you're an honest person, and you're always monitoring everything and watching everything. Fire signs are unrelenting. You're Gemini, okay? So you're not a fire sign, but you're embodying that energy of like, I will never stop. I will never stop. And you can't afford to, because look, we've got the Five of Wands here. There's a lot of conflict. So there could be disagreements between colleagues at the moment in your workplace that you're having to deal with, or there could be rivals, competitors. If you're in sales and marketing, if you have a business, you will have businesses that are your biggest competitors, your biggest rivals. So whether this is within the workplace or it's external, or you could be having extra costs to overcome, bigger overheads, reduced funding if it's an organisation. The Four of Cups is like, I am not open to offers of emotion from others right now. And it may be because you've got a lot going on with work, or it could be that you don't know who to trust, okay? Because if this is what you're in, how can you possibly like let your guard down to show emotion? You may not know who is with you and who is against you. Let's get one for the present. The Justice card, the Two of Wands, the Three of Wands, okay? So we're taking action. We know in what direction, and we're going to make things right, okay? So I think you're going to create justice, and it may be that you take on that assertive energy, and you may need to issue a warning to someone. I think it's one verbal warning, isn't it? And then you give them a chance to improve or change their ways, and then it's a written warning, and you give them a chance to improve or change their ways, and then you can fire them, okay? You may have to move people to different departments if they're not getting along. You may have to issue say if someone was coasting or they were neglecting part of their duties, you may have to sit with them and go through, like a supervision meeting where you talk about the other elements of like what they do, their duties, go over their contract with them. I don't know. You're going to serve up some justice here, and it doesn't have to be aggressive, but it's assertive. You may have to just warn people that are arguing with each other or being hostile. You may have to it feels like a sense of protection over, like there's a threat to the organisation or a threat to the company. You may even collab with them, or you may, I don't know, you may have to get rid of someone that's like people who steal like products like in the warehouse and they're selling them. You may have to do some investigative work or get someone else in to do that, and then show them the CCTV and be like, your van was parked here at this time, and there's you loading it up, and that's where you went the rest of that day, and there's no way that you offloaded that amount. Like you're gonna have to like take care of business here, but I think you're well prepared to do it. They're very specific examples, but it's like from life experience. I know these are the kind of things that go on. They're just examples, okay? Oh, that's really good. That's resonating. Thank you. Two of Cups. Okay, so in the month ahead, you could find a beautiful partnership with, like you might collaborate, or you might decide to invite someone into the company, invite someone into the business, hire someone. You can subcontract people. You may ask for private investment or silent partners. You may hire someone to give you more ideas for products, for your services, how to expand your company. You may find a mentor. Something's going to be a beautiful partnership, a beautiful collaboration. You're going to be really in sync with this person, and they're going to really like. You could even find love in the workplace, but I'm trying to think of all the options here. Something's going to be like a brilliant union. It's good. Two of Cups is new. It's a new person or a new venture or new. It's going to work really, really well. Someone's knowledge, expertise, or resources are going to be like a beautiful thing, for you. That's really nice. I'm a bit jealous of that, Gemini. Okay, if you're someone that is, I don't feel like you are, but if you're someone that is looking for inspiration, what skills or qualities or talents, are going to be helpful? Let's see. It came up straight away. Look, teaching and speaker, an artist. You inspire young people to learn. Well, I wonder, do you know, like at the moment, there's like so many, I've got so many things I want to say. There's loads of young people, and I mean people in their 20s, right? They have the best minds because they're able to, they've got the skills, like they've refined their drawing, they've got the ideas, they see the world and the things that are missing from it. Once you get into your 30s, you've lived too much in the way that things already are. An experience is a benefit in of itself in a different way, but fresh eyes on the world, new ideas, synapses that are like building in different ways. The energy, the inspiration comes from people in their 20s. So you may find that there's so many things I want to say. The people that I visited, friends, the family, their children are in their 20s, and they're so talented. They're so crazy talented. Like when it comes to art, when it comes to in school, like my year 7s and 8s and 9s in high school. So they're like what, age 12, 13, 14, 15, the year 10s as well. Like, my God, like we did this, like the Dragon's Den. They had to come up with products and present them. They hated the presenting bit, bless them, but they came up with some badass ideas for products, like really, really useful things. And like, I was like, you need to patent that idea, like, and they were just like blowing it off like it wasn't a big thing. And I'm like, no, like you're gonna help a lot of people, and you're gonna make a lot of money if you like actually like take this idea. The world problems can be solved 100% from the things that I've seen and heard. Being around young people, the world's problems are completely solvable, every single one of them. And it's very exciting, it's very motivating and uplifting. You inspire young people to learn. Engaging in artistic activities is beneficial to your career and every other area of your life. Oh, wow. Your life purpose involves your skills of oration. I do see, like, because you've got the Emperor card, and then you've got like this dishing out of justice, and then you've got like this partnership and collaboration. You're very much able to see what other people have to offer. Someone who thinks a place can only survive with them and everyone else is useless in that workplace is missing a trick. I'm friends with someone who's a teacher and she used to be in HR, and she said the people in a workplace are like the strings to a bow. Everyone's got a different string to the bow. They've got different things to add, different qualities, characteristics, talents, knowledge, prior experiences. She said the people in a workplace are the tools of the workplace and you need to take care of them. Actually, it was my international baccalaureate training that said it's different strings to a bow. You must invite the experience and the knowledge. Everyone's lived a different life and come across different opportunities and done different things, and they can bring that to you. They've got that knowledge banked in their mind, like they've got those experiences and those skills and those qualities, and you mustn't overlook people around you. Like, people are very, very valuable and they can make a workplace fantastic. You may be someone that offers training to people, like, it's come and work for me, I will like enhance your career, I will offer you these trainings, or like you may enjoy to grow people. Like someone that does in a school, it would be someone that does assemblies. In a company, it'd be someone that does presentations to clients, or presentations to what do I want to say? Employees or like customers. Art could be at the center of what you do, or it could just be something that helps you to like thrive, like emotionally, mentally. Because we're not just what we do for a living, we're also the things that make us tick, aren't we? The things that inspire us and give us a work-life balance that's healthy. The more you use your creative mind, the better you'll problem solve in a workplace as well. Don't see creativity and logic as separate things, use them together. The best minds utilize both, okay? It like spurs both sides of the mind on. Right, unique talents and characteristics within you, Gemini, that are going to help you with your career, education, and finance. Okay, you've got a zest for life. You've got a lot of energy. I can see that with that King of Wands. That's what you've been harnessing recently, is like that fire energy, like self-motivated, driven, the thought of the future, like, gets you off, like how to take a company or organization forwards, how to lead, how to motivate others. I've sat in assemblies and I have felt like my whole mindset has shifted. The power of speaking is very important. I have, I've been in a movie, like in a cinema, and I've watched a movie, and the way that it's written, the words that are spoken. So someone sat and written that, okay? So it's the power of speaking and writing, or the way that it's said, how something is delivered, the delivery of it. It's very important. It can shift your whole mindset. So I think you could be someone that is brought in to speak, or it's a big part of what you do. Because you can enthuse people where they might be getting tired or demotivated, or you can like make them really care about your company or your brand or your organization where they were sort of half in, half out, or they weren't sure because they're a new employee. Very important to get everyone on board and get them excited about what they do, because they'll work hard for you. They'll work harder for you. No, I haven't done Pisces yet. I've done Aries, Taurus, and I'm halfway through Gemini. I'm going through in zodiac order, okay? I'm confident in my abilities to succeed. I choose to focus on the positive in every situation. Okay, so you're very upbeat. You're very, that is like true fire sign energy. Fire signs have got that joy of life. They're excited, they're motivated. They'll go through adversity because when they get success, it just keeps them going like tenfold then. That the desire to have that status and that success and that glory is what keeps them going. It's like they're chasing that dream, do you know what I mean? And it's like never gonna stop kind of thing. Like, don't tire yourself out though. You can't be in that fire energy constantly. Okay, so make sure you have downtime, make sure that you have some time for yourself. Make sure you have your hobbies and you know, like do something other than work. But there's a beautiful collaboration or union coming in. It reminds me of, you know, like asking someone to be partner with you in a law firm because you just think, God, you're really strong and like you really get me, you get my vibe, you get what I want for the future of this company. Imagine an empire with not just one emperor but two. You could have two empires, you know, like you could set up another store or another branch, another location. Oh, it's very exciting, Gemini. You could be someone that's like very good at doing the books side of things but less creative, or you know, like vice versa. You get someone to do all that like bookkeeping and admin and HR, and you're like the person that's good at providing and training people with the skills, the talent, or you know, production side of things. Transition and consciousness. I've never had these come out before. The frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence in our lives, so that we can learn to let go, surrender to the process, and allow transition to occur with ease and grace. You could be someone that's nearing retirement and you're like, do you know what? I want this person to take over from me, or I want this person to partner with me so that because I trust them with my baby, with my, you know, giant that I've created from nothing. Because it's very difficult to give that up and give that over to others if you feel like they're just going to liquidate the company or shut it down, or they're going to take the brand in a direction and ruin it, you know, ruin like the image of it or whatever. I think that's very difficult. So it has to be someone that has the same vision. The frequency of consciousness supports our ability to focus our attention on all the multidimensional aspects that show up so that we can include them in our reality. There's a huge change coming up, and you're gonna like be able to look at every perspective in order to make the right choice in the future, okay? To get the perfect partnership. Sometimes you bring the person that you love into what you do as well, you know, and it can be like, it can work fantastically. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think we've pulled all the cards for you, Gemini, haven't we? Yep. Okay. So that's looking fantastic. Okay, on to Cancer. I tell you what, if the Emperor comes out in this one, then it's something to do with how the planets are, because we've had 3 readings and the Emperor's come out in every one so far. So it's Lionsgate, isn't it, on the 8th of the 8th? It's already, you can already start to ask for what you want if you're trying to manifest a dream, a goal, an ambition. You can ask for what you want, ask the universe and say, angels, please help me with this particular thing that I want for myself. It's already like more magnetic, but it's at its strongest alignment on the 8th of August. Okay, the 8th of the 8th is Lionsgate portal. It's to do with stars and planets aligning in a particular way. That's all I'm going to say. Is my channel started to get people watching it when I asked for that on Lionsgate last year. I started my channel with 16 people that were friends and family, and there was getting like no views, and I was posting videos getting nothing. And then it was Lionsgate a few weeks later, and I asked for what I want, and I said, please help my channel to get noticed, to get people watching it. And the next morning I had 2 new subs, total strangers, and people started watching my videos. I fully believe in it, okay? I might not be able to explain it in great depth, but I made videos about it because I could not believe it. You could say it's a chance, you could say it's a fluke, but there was no traction, there was no movement with it. I wasn't getting into the algorithm for weeks and weeks and weeks. And on that particular night, I asked for that. And the next morning I woke up and I was like, what the hell? It's freaky, guys. There's so much stuff that happens in tarot that can't really be explained, but it doesn't mean, just because you can't articulate it or explain it 100% doesn't mean that it's not something. Do you know what I mean? That's why I like it, because I sort of understand it, but there's still so much that we don't know. It's like too much stuff's happened. Like getting the same card combinations out as other major tarot readers that are really experienced, and like pulling the same narratives at the same time. Lots of stuff resonating. I don't know. It's a beautiful thing. If you think about it, religion is not tangible, but we fully believe in it. So tarot is my religion, okay? Sorry if I've just hidden the wrong person. I'm just getting rid of someone that's like doesn't believe in tarot that's preaching on here. Okay. I'm an omnist, so I don't denounce other faiths or religions. Okay, I'm very happy to have them be present, but I don't want anyone denouncing tarot, so it's very important to me. Okay, so Cancer, in the recent past, in the last month or so, there's been a struggle, okay, when it comes to work or career or education. Something's been a long battle. The 10 of Wands is each like wand out of the 10 wands has been a challenge, something that's difficult, another thing that's had to be overcome, more burden that's had to be taken on. You've had a tough go, okay, over the last month. But the good news is 10 is the end. You've reached your destination, okay? So that's the good thing that I can say about it. Let's have a look at your present. Hi, Pedro. Sorry if I haven't been saying hi to everyone, I'm just concentrating. Hi, Fahim. Hi, Slater. Hi, Son of Seth. Hi, Girl. Hi, Ernest. Hi, Jaleisha. Hi, Universal Motorsports. Hi, K10. Hi, Fahim. Hi, Bono. Hi, beloved Virgo. Hi, Sky. Hi, Dean. Oh, you're welcome. Well, it's very popular, so I could make this regular. Let's get one for the present. So today, tomorrow, yesterday for Cancer. Hopefully something more positive. Page of Swords. Okay. Now, for me, the Page of Swords is someone who's watching. They're trying to gather information and knowledge. It's like, if I was talking about love, which I'm not, this is career, education and finance, but it's like if, say if it was a love situation and someone new entered your workplace, you were trying to understand what this person's about. You can see what they look like and you want to know what they are like in terms of their personality, in terms of like how good they are at what they do. You're on the lookout, but it's like in a defensive way. You're trying to suss out the situation. Look, she's in the middle of the desert, okay, and she's got her like wares with her. There's nothing for a long way around, but on the horizon, there's a lot of horizon to watch, and you've got to watch it. Okay, so you may feel like you don't know if the person that arrives is going to be an opportunity or a threat. And I think that you've got a lot to lose. And I think you've worked damn hard where you are. So in a work situation or a business situation, you're trying to gather information and knowledge, and not in a way that's obvious. Okay, this is like, I just want to know what I'm dealing with. Does that make sense? It could be new people entering the workplace, or new owners of a workplace, new directors, new investors, new colleagues that are on the same level as you. You might just be, it feels like something that's coming towards you, okay? And you've already had a lot of shit to deal with. Look, for the future, for the month ahead, you are the King of Pentacles, okay? You are set. This is someone that's sitting on money. Your position is very secure. You are not going to be knocked from your spot at all. Okay, you're thriving. You are thriving. So a King of Pentacles, Pentacles is money. Kings don't move. Okay, Knights move. Pages watch. A king is immovable, and you could well become an emperor. Okay, so you can stay exactly how you are and you'll be absolutely fine. You'll be abundant. You may progress, but it's up to you. Okay, you're sitting pretty. So I hope that gives you reassurance. It comes across that you're valued where you work. Okay, I think you're highly valuable, and you might know that and you might not know that. But it's well deserved, that success. Yeah, it's a good place to be. That's the best place to be. No wonder, no wonder you feel watchful. Because you get a lot out of what you do and you're doing well from it. And I think you just want to be allowed to continue, but I think you'd also like it to come a bit more easily. If you're someone that's looking for a redirection, if sometimes you make good money from what you do, but you think, God, I think it could be easier than this. Let's see what you could utilise in terms of your true life's purpose. Writing. You heal, inspire, teach and entertain with the words that you write. Okay, so maybe you've got a book in you. Maybe It can also be like, you know, when you create instruction manuals in work, or you could help to write policies or help to write speeches. You can help to write, you know, like, what are they called inside greetings cards? There's like a word for it, isn't there? I don't know. Things like, you know, that seems trivial, but it's not. You know, writing, people struggle, you know, with stuff like, you know, when someone passes away, what's it called, where you give like a talk about the person's life? I can't think of what's it called, guys. You know what I mean anyway. What people write on like gravestones, headstones, famous quotes. You could be a Wordsworth, you could be a poet. You could be someone that when people speak to you, or they show you, oh, you know what's really like a good thing is when I show people emails that I'm writing and they say, no, word it like this, you know, so that it's more careful in the way that it's said, or it's less aggressive, or a proofwriter, or an editor. A eulogy. Thank you. Thank you. You've got your eulogies, you've got your obituaries. It's very important to word things. How you word things can make something amazing, inspiring, motivating, moving. Not everyone has that capability. And it can be something long, or it can be something that's one sentence. A songwriter, songwriters, poets, writers, you know, like journalists, editors, adverts, marketing, sales, persuasive techniques. I teach that in English, persuasive techniques. You can use humour, triples, quotes from influential characters, figures, statistics. Yeah, one word can say a million things. You know, like, is it an MC? Like someone that raps, but like, you know, like Eminem is like fucking unbelievable. Like when I teach poetry, I always bring him into it because the kids have like crazy mad respect for him. But he uses like metaphors, similes, symbolism. Anything he does is it's actually very educated, very educated. Hi, Amy. Your writing is probably like, yeah, if you think about it, writing and speaking are the most important things that we do to change people's minds, to shift perspectives, to entertain. Oh my God, you know, comedians. Oh God, comedians, you can give so much joy and like cathartism, like, is that a word? It's so cathartic, isn't it, to watch comedians and listen to the things that they say and the way they deliver them. It just releases some tension over certain things, or like writing plays, being a playwright. I've been teaching about William Shakespeare, and it's like 500 years on, people are like acting out his plays. Like, how cool is that to leave a legacy like that? Reading books, like, books entertain people. You can never meet someone and you've entertained them on the other side of the world. Do you know what I mean? You've inspired them, you've taught them something, like, Okay, so in terms of personal characteristics, personal qualities, you've got the unique, you're very forgiving, Cancer. You can let it go when someone makes mistakes or hurts your feelings. So you're very good at negotiating around, because people will F up, people will make mistakes or they'll speak wrongly. You're not going to hold grudges. Okay, so you're quite good at, passivity is used in a negative way, but we don't want to be confrontational with everything, do we? And we can let things go and move on, which is very, very useful in a work situation. We've got to be professional. But also, like, you heal from stuff in love and in life when you let go of stuff and you forgive people for limitations. If you trust someone, I was learning to be a teacher and I can mess up a lesson and it's not the end of the world, but it's a bit inconvenient for the teacher who's like mentoring me, but they can sort it out. Do you know what I mean? It's not like it's okay. Small things can be forgiven very easily. You're very forgiving. Yeah, so rest assured, you're in a very good position financially and you'll continue to be, okay? Right, we've got Earth and Divine Feminine. The frequency of Earth activates our deep connection to this physical plane by showing us the beauty of all the aspects of our Great Mother and revealing the more ethereal, spiritual aspects of our nature. Okay, so you may feel like when you're out in nature, or when you're around people at the moment, that you're giving off that like divine empress, like divine feminine energy where you're calm to be around, you're supportive, you're nurturing, you're encouraging, you're forgiving. You may be inspiring and motivating people. The frequency of divine feminine supports our receptive, nurturing, and soft side, allowing it to express itself openly and helping us to connect to our intrinsic understanding of our connection to all of creation. Okay, so I can imagine that you're kind of feeling quite zen at the moment, quite calm, that people are happy to be in your presence, but you may also have like a deeper sense of self and introspection. Like you may be making a lot of connections, following your intuition, following your passions. Make sure you utilize the knowledge that's being given to you, sorry, at the moment, and the ideas that you're getting, and you put it on paper or record it somehow, because it's going to be a highly productive time. When you have a lot of alone time, this is when you kind of ruminate on stuff, or you read books, or you search the internet and you scour for things, or stuff comes up and you start to research and you start to go down rabbit holes of like, and you learn a lot about yourself and a lot about your interests, and you start to make connections between whole different subjects or fields of study. And I just feel like you're going through some sort of ascension, like spiritually, and you're going to make a lot of discoveries. Okay, I know that's really vague, but you're going to learn things about yourself and get more deeper into like different subjects. Like, it happened to me when I was like reading about psychology and I was studying about child psychology and human behavior. I was reading about art at the same time, And then there was links between, you know, like surrealism, Salvador Dali, Sigmund Freud was like his best friend. It takes you on to total other subjects, and then they somehow bridge together. And then I was like reading about poetry, and then that was like bridging into English. And I don't know, like there's totally different subjects that bridge together. And yeah, it's to do with that. It's like a life's work, you know, like studying and getting deeper knowledge and insight into things and where things come together. Discoveries, let's say. Hi, Michelle. Yeah, I love learning. I've got a love of learning, 100%. I'm constantly growing and improving. I'm capable of making a positive impact on the world. Oh, they've missed the T off that one, haven't they? I'm constantly learning and growing. I told you. I told you. Your insight into different subjects and the research that you do now has like depths that are, you're gonna go to new depths with it. I'm talking, you're gonna go from shallow waters to the Mariana Trench. You go in places, okay, you go in sub-zero. Yeah, you're gonna go for an ascension. You're gonna be spiritually rich as well as rich in a 3D sense, okay? Right, have I done everything that I need to do? Yes, I have. We're gonna move on. We're gonna go on to Leo. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Leo's highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards, one for Leo's past, present, and future. The past being the recent past, so the last month. The present being today, tomorrow, yesterday. And the future being the near future, so the month ahead, in terms of career, education, and finance, please. So recent past for career, education, and finance, the last month or so. The Queen of Swords. So, Leo, you may have felt like you've needed to be a bit cold, a bit calculating, have your guard up, seek people who are honest, truthful, deal with people who are not honest or truthful. You may have been on a quest for more knowledge. You may have been on a quest to receive fairness and, you know, when that sword's raised, it's like, don't come at me wrong. Do not come at me wrong. It's like, I only want to deal with people who are fair, who are playing fair, who are telling me the truth, who mean to support me or help me or just to stay in their own lane. You know, like, swords are knowledge, communication, and justice. There's some sort of goal or something that you're trying to get to, some destination that you're trying to get to, and I just feel like you're expecting like battles, or you've had to deal with battles. Like you're not blind, you're not naive to the journey. Yeah, it looks like Aladdin, doesn't it? Okay, at the present, you're using your intuition, okay, to keep yourself safe, to follow your gut, follow your instincts, being highly sensitive to your surroundings, any vibrations, any sounds, the slightest gut feeling. It's a journey being made calmly and slowly, so that you stay on the right track, so that you can foresee any threats. What about the month ahead? Sometimes we travel by night because there's less traffic on the road, because it's calming, it's quite relaxing, it's easier. So you may be trying to take the easier route with something and not make things overly difficult or competitive. Right, for some reason these ones are falling out as well. So let's get that first. Temperance. You're trying to find equilibrium. You don't want arguments. You don't want anything knocking you off your game. The Temperance is the major arcana for Sagittarius. So Sagittarius, being the archer, needs to steady themselves. Okay, they're getting in alignment. They're lining up their bow and arrow with their target. And if anything knocks them off their game, it's game over. Okay, so it's finding balance, finding equilibrium with emotion, and keeping that steady footing, so that we can align with our goals and shoot to win. So you're getting yourself, when a cat is like poised, ready to pounce, it's like that. Let's see these ones, because these, oh my god, we're going from the Five of Pentacles to the Eight of Pentacles, and the universe is going to help you to do it. I'm so glad that I looked at those, because they were really like shiny cards, and sometimes I think, are they meant to come out or not? But how poetic is that combination? 5 is like a lack mentality, like I don't have. 8 is growth and expansion into the future. Okay, it's leveling up. And the Wheel of Fortune, the universe is going to help you to do it. Beautiful. If you've been feeling like you haven't had enough, you're going to get extreme good luck. Whatever you move yourself towards, whatever goals you have, the universe is going to grant your wishes. So you were right with Aladdin. If you're looking for some kind of project, a passion, a change of career, some sort of focus, what is your true life's purpose? What could it involve? Leadership. So being in a position of authority, running a team, being in charge, sole charge of a project, working for yourself, any of these aspects of leadership would suit you down to the ground. Personal characteristics and qualities that people admire about you in a work situation. Why is this coming out so much? Okay, so you're not combative. You're able to tolerate people's foolishness. You have mastered like your own patience. You're very professional in workplaces and organizations. You don't hold grudges. You might be wary of people. You might have an eye. You know the way cats are like when they're sleeping? They open one eye to see what's going on. You might be like that, Leo, you know, but you're able to like close both eyes again and go back to sleep if it's not that big a deal. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to roar over like anything small. I've noticed that Leos can start off more immature, but later in life, sort of like middle age, approaching middle age and beyond, you start to get very insightful and you start to develop like very strong fatherly or motherly characteristics, very like calm, patient. You go really zen. It's like you really like catapult into a state of being like someone who's very wise, someone who's like the master of like their own emotions, someone who's very, you know, almost takes it in their stride with a sense of humor when people laugh up, like and that's when you're ready to take on a lot of responsibility, because you have to be like a parent when you're a boss. You can't be overconfident, you can't be arrogant when it comes to business. You need to assess everything, do the proper research, be patient. You have to nurture employees, be caring towards them. So it's like once you've got those skills and qualities, you're not only good at that, you're like the best at it. Do you know what I mean? I think it takes you a while to get there, but then you like are like the best at it. Like you're head and shoulders above everyone else. You're like, if you were running track, you run the next, you know, the next 10 laps. Like I think it takes you a while to get those qualities about you to be like a more rounded character, because you're very like hot-headed and like tempestuous, and you're this lion that jumps into stuff and is impatient and can't wait and is on the go. And I think as you get older you get calmer, and I think it really like you come into your own. Dynamic. The frequency of dynamic supports our ability to harmonize between layers and aspects of different origin and frequency. It helps us to put together a reality that is made up of many different elements, both familiar and completely new, with ease, grace, and great joy. That's kind of what I've been talking about. Universal love. The frequency of universal love activates the connection we feel to each other, to our planet, and the whole of existence itself. And we've got 4444 at the top, 44 people watching, 44 likes. That means you're in alignment with your life's purpose. Oh my god, there's 44 on there as well. The universe is very happy with something that you're doing at the moment, Leo. Whatever goal or plan you've got, it's your thing. It's like exactly what you're looking for. It's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. I am worthy of all the good things that come into my life. I am confident in my abilities to succeed. I am capable of achieving my goals. I'm confident in my decisions and my choices. That's what the moon card is all about. It's like I've got fear, but I know that I need to walk forwards anyway. And I'm just going to be like a lynx that like can see in the dark, and I've got that foresight, that perception. I'm like awake to everything. I'm aware to everything, and I'm trusting my gut. I'm relying upon all my basic instincts to like feel this one out. Oh my god, like they're buzzing off this reading. I don't normally answer questions, but you've waited a long time, Savash. So I'm going to ask about your immigration process. What will be the outcome of Savash's immigration process, please? Page of Pentacles. Okay, it's a yes. You're going to be granted your visa or whatever it is that you're waiting for. You'll be given access to whichever country you want to get into. Whatever it is, it's a yes. Okay, Page of Pentacles upright is an opportunity, a gift. It's a yes. Okay, let's move on to Virgo. You're welcome. Okay, on to Virgo. Career, education, and finance. What time is it? 12:37. Okay, spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Virgo's highest good. Can you give me 3 cards for career, education, and finance for Virgo, please? The first card being for the recent past, so the last month or so. The second card being for the present, today, tomorrow, yesterday. And the third card being for the near future, so the month ahead. 3 cards for career, education, and finance for Virgo, please. Career, education, and finance. Okay, Ace of Swords. So, some sort of clarity or confession, major revelation, or the truth. Okay, in a workplace, career, or education. It could be clarity on what it is that you want to do, or a breakthrough, like you've reached a turning point in like a major opportunity has arrived, or you've realised that you can make a go of this, or you've realised that you're not happy where you are, or you're not happy in what you're doing. There's some sort of breakthrough, some sort of clarity, okay, in the last month. At the moment, oh my god, we've got the Emperor again. Can you see this spread? We've got the 6 of Wands, which is major victory, success, recognition. The Emperor and the Hierophant. What have you been doing, Virgo? You've had some sort of major success. You could have got promoted. You could have had like the first successes in a company. You could have come up with some fantastic idea. The Hierophant is a card of wisdom. So through life experience, through many challenges, you've gained wisdom and knowledge that you're ready to share with others. You're no longer the student, you're the teacher. The Emperor is all four kings. He's the highest status in a tarot deck. He has the knowledge. He has the financial capacity. He has the integrity of a good business person, okay? He has the tenacity, the foresight, the strategy to cope with everything that gets thrown at him. He has the compassion, the forgiveness, you know, to understand that human beings are just human and they make mistakes, you know, to be patient for what you want. How can you get a spread like that for the present? Like, you are on fire, like, you're glowing, you're levitating. You've had some sort of major, like, level up. Mastery of something, like passing a course, qualifying, getting certified in something, making money from your business, starting a new business, joining an organization and the fast tracking to the top, securing investment to grow, getting a scholarship, or I don't know, it's something like, it's not small, it's like you were already in a good place and now you've like been catapulted to the top. Right, you've distracted me now by being a bit silly in the chat. Right, let's look for... Oh no, we need one for your future. Stop distracting me in the chat. Right, the month ahead, Virgo. I'm sat in my pyjamas. You don't want to see me right now. The Page of Pentacles. So in the month ahead, there's going to be an opportunity. Someone's going to offer a business proposal, a business move. You might get poached or headhunted. Because you're already at the top, right? You're already the emperor. So if you own a business, maybe someone will offer to collab with you. Maybe someone wants a piece of the pie. Maybe they've seen that you're really, you like going places and they want to give you investment to expand, you know, but they want to take some shares or like some ownership of the company. Perhaps people want to use your knowledge, okay, to be mentored to get business ideas, but it's some sort of opportunity that's being granted or offered to you, whether you're expecting it or not. Someone's going to approach and offer you, like, you've got an opportunity coming towards you in the month ahead, Virgo. Let's see what your true life's purpose is, although I already feel like you must be in it to be the teacher and the emperor. an environmentalist. Okay, so you're an earth angel who was born to protect, nurture, and teach about nature and the animals. So your business you could be an ethical business. You could be someone that runs a service or a product that helps the environment, or that is better for the environment than what's currently out there. You could be someone that has nothing to do with the environment but regularly donates money to help the environment. Okay. You're Virgo, you're the Earth Mother, so you're not just someone that enjoys being in the woods like a Taurus. You hug the trees, do you know what I mean? You are like of the universe, you are like at one with the environment. So you may just be someone that loves to give back. Someone that will plant a tree, or, keep a beautiful garden, or you've got a connection to plants and animals and the environment that's not like any other sign. It's very like symbiotic, it's very like cellular. You understand when people look at the environment, they see what's surface level, but you're in tune with it. You are on a spiritual plane with it. You're understanding, like maybe sometimes you feel like you can hear the osmosis happening in the plants and the trees. Maybe you feel like they have feelings. Do you know what I mean? It's different. It's hard for me to describe because I'm not a Virgo, I'm a Taurus, but my mum's a Virgo, and you tree huggers. You 100% tree huggers. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the likes as well, because I think we're gonna get to 1,000 subscribers, I do prefer to read for zodiac signs, though. I'd rather not answer questions in lives, but I might start doing lives when I get to 1,000 where I answer people's questions, because I know you all want that. I know you do. But you need to follow the narrative of your life and the person that's on your mind to get really the answer that you're looking for comes from studying that. Do you know what I mean? Because people are going through stuff long term. It's not really often a yes or no. I guess with stuff like business and finance and education, it's more yes or no, isn't it? But with people and love and stuff like that, it's not really. Allowance. The frequency of allowance invites us to be open to whatever comes our way, without judgment, without opinion, without fear, and without resistance. When we allow, the universe becomes our partner in the wondrous dance of existence and expansion. Wow. Why do you get that, Virgo? Be open with whatever comes our way. And you got the Page of Pentacles. If you get offered something in the next month, well, you will, not if, when you get offered something in the next month, allow it, okay? Don't be resistant to it. Don't be overly cautious. It's going to be a really good decision. Empowerment. The frequency of empowerment supports our ability to show up fully and completely, uniting us with others in the deep trust that we are all connected through the same source. Yeah, you're being asked to trust. You can be a very cautious sign. You're not naive. You're the opposite of naive. You're incredibly insightful, intelligent, reflective, but you can bear grudges towards people that cross you, and you can be wary of people wrongly sometimes. So Be open, okay? Remembrance. The frequency of remembrance supports our memory of everything that we've gone through as a soul in our body, providing us with valuable information and tools to flow gracefully with and in this life. My mum is a Virgo, right, and she's so reflective. It's like I thought I was a reflective person. Like, I'm a Taurus, I'm a fixed sign, I'm very emotional, I get very attached to people and things. I constantly reflect, right? Oh my god, no one reflects like Virgo. Virgos constantly look back at photos, you know, thinking about the past, talking about the past, relationships, people, family, friends, workplaces, sometimes past lives, past life memories, dreams. You hit different, like, you're in another league, and it's embarrassing for the other signs. Like, you're just very, very different. You are the hermit, you know. Your major arcana is the hermit, so you are the most reflective. But sometimes you don't let go of stuff, and sometimes you're very hurt by stuff, and you're overly cautious. So whatever opportunity comes your way in the next month, there's something coming up that's going to be really good for you. Okay, so put that sword down. Put the sword down. And take the pentacle. The frequency of perception supports our natural curiosity, moving us beyond our comfort zone to find the edges of what we perceive as real and to take a good, hard, deep look at it. Yeah. You've got your glasses on, you're definitely examining the paperwork, examining the opportunity, the offer, the contract. Okay, no one's going to cross you. You're the Emperor, and the Hierophant, but this is going to be a good thing, I promise you. Okay. Unique characteristics and qualities. Self-control. I watch what I do and say. Okay, so that's something that's very good, that's working very, very well for you in your favour. Virgos are perfectionists. They micromanage, you know, sometimes it's a bit annoying, but you're very good at managing yourself. Perseverance, fairness, and love. I don't give up easily. I try and try again. You know, you've fallen a lot, but you got back up again. You get knocked down, but you get up again. Fairness. I treat people the way I like to be treated. You cannot stand injustice. You will hold a grudge, and you are very vengeful as well. It's scary, actually. I think you got the capability to be a psychopath when it comes to, like, if you feel that someone's crossed you, you'll get them back somehow. And there's not many people that I would say that about, but Virgos scare me just a little bit. Love. I tell people I care about them when they are not around. You do a lot of acts of service, and you gift as well. You're very good at making people feel loved and cared for. Like, you show it. You prefer to show it, and like the proof is in the pudding. You know, like, you don't really like to just chat crap and say loads of shit that's empty. People will know. People will feel loved in your presence. Okay. You've been eating too many fluffy avocados. You need to stop. Stop talking about how this is the devil's work, because it's not. If you come into my channel, do not denounce what I do. I don't denounce other religions. Okay, I'm an omnist. I'm very, very happy about the presence of other religions. But if there's one religion that keeps attacking tarot, okay, that will not accept the presence of it, it's people that constantly talk about Jesus, okay, and they're like right-wing Christians that can't cope with any other way of thinking. They are closed-minded, and I do not like it. This is not a place for closed-minded people. If you're closed-minded, you won't get any of it. If you just believe the things that you're told by one person and you don't have the ability to think for yourself, if you've got some sort of agenda, then you're just a recruiter, aren't you? You're just trying to recruit people for whatever cult you're in. This isn't a cult. You're free to believe in tarot, to not believe in tarot. You're free to explore it, to not explore it. I don't denounce anyone else's religion or faith. Don't denounce mine. If you can't cope with the presence of other things, then you don't mean like to be peaceful, you mean harm. Who are you trying to compete with? Like, I don't get it. There's no competition. Know why I like India so much? Because there's a presence of like 8 or 9 faiths there, and you're not supposed to be at war with each other. You can be in existence and thrive. You can accept each other's presence and thrive. You do not need to eradicate one or the other. You don't need to do that. So anyone that's trying to do that, I don't like it. It's insidious and it can go. All that faith should do is to provide like guidance so that you can be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be towards others, towards the environment. If you're trying to, compete with other faiths, if you're trying to denounce them, then you're treating it like it's a competition and you're trying to wipe each other out or eradicate each other. You don't need to do that. There's something out there for everyone. Let people choose what they want. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards for Libra's career, education, and finance? One for the past, so the month previous, one for the present, today, tomorrow, yesterday, and one for the near future, the month ahead. Okay, for career, education, and finance for Libra. Queen of Cups. Right, the Queen of Cups is someone who's very healing, very patient, very forgiving, very caring. That's what's been going on for the last month, okay? You could be someone that's been patient. You could be someone that's, you could project like a sense of calm, or you could work with people for a living. Like if what you do is a service, you may have to be very good and very personable and understand that people have their ways and just forgive it and be someone of high tolerance. The 10 of Wands, okay, so it could feel like something's really been a hard slog and it's just tough, and it currently is really, really. Each wand out of the 10 represents a challenge, an obstacle, something that's had to be overcome. Another thing that's getting thrown at you. You could be really fed up at the moment, Libra. Like, what next? What next? Just expecting it, because it's been that long with shite coming your way. You're just like, what next? Like, I can take it, it's fine. Okay, so the month ahead, you've got the Hermit. The Hermit is when the Fool realises that the answers lie within him. Okay, so am I putting up with something I shouldn't? Am I to blame for some part of this? Am I missing something around me in a person that isn't good for me? It's the card of Virgo. It's time for reflection, time for isolation. There's no one that you can go to ask for the answers when it comes to this. It's time to stop. It's time to take stock and reflect, okay? You can't ask someone else what you want to do for a career. You can't ask someone else what was my part in something. You can't ask someone else how to proceed, because you've got your goals, you've got your passions, you've got your strengths, you know yourself by now, okay? So you have the answers. If you know there's something that you're really interested in, if you know there's something you definitely cannot stand, work out what you don't want in a career or a business or education. Work out what you definitely do not want or cannot stand to do. And then think about what you do want. I've got a book by Helen Russell, and it's called The Year of Living Danishly. It's her and her husband. It's a true story. It's a travel blog, but it's about her life, and she was at a point in her life where she was trying to understand, like, what do I do next with my career? And a process of elimination is the best way to go. So, like, if you are a 9 to 5 through and through, and there's not a chance that you would consider shift work because you can't sleep in the day, there's not a chance that you would do work that's antisocial because it requires being solo all the time, or there's not a chance that you want to work weekends and evenings because you've done that for years and you want to get away from that. That's how you work out what you want to do for a career, okay? A process of elimination. What is like just an absolute no, okay? Because you'll find that really, really quickly you get pointed to what it is that you want to do. Are you someone that's an ideas person? Are you? Belbin's theory is a really good questionnaire to do, because it will point to whether you're someone who's a supporter, a coordinator, okay, whatever like role within a company or an organization. Everyone's suited to something and everyone's needed. In a team, you need different kinds of people. You need people who are supporters, because they're the ones that are always prepared to bring everyone together for team bonding and sort out what the well-being night is going to be, or sort out what, you know, the end of year party is going to be, or, you know, midweek drinks or something, you know, like whatever it is that binds people and bonds people on a team and gets them collaborating more easily. It's generally because they spend a bit of time together, either as, you know, an add-on to a work day, or on an inset, or like one night at some point when it suits most people. But it really helps. So that would be a supporter. You know, not everyone's meant to be a boss. Not everyone's meant to be a line manager. Not everyone's meant to be middle management. Some people are meant to be working on the ground because they are great with people. They've got really good people skills and other people haven't got them. Or some people love their craft and they don't want to be the admin, or they don't want to be the manager. They don't want to be a line manager. They want to do their craft, okay? Some people want to be, they're not really there for what they do. It's like for the people. So there's all different roles, and like sometimes figuring out what your purpose is within a company or an organization, what you're good at, where your strengths are. That comes from things that are mathematical, like Belbin's theory, where you answer questions and then you add up your score and it'll tell you. You might be able to find that on the internet. Sometimes you just know from what you just try a bunch of things and you're like, oh, I hated that. I hated having to wear a uniform. I hated that it was like boring. I hated having to do customer service. I hated having to work with money. Whatever it is that you don't want to do, just put that down on a list and be like, I ain't doing that. It's got to be 9 till 5, or it's got to be maybe you don't want 9 till 5, maybe you can't stand that. Maybe you need something that's more spontaneous, where it's different every day. Maybe you hate being creative. Some people can't stand it and they just want something that's very like, you know, binary or whatever. Yeah, you've got the answer to your solution. A bit of alone time, but a downtime. Sometimes going on holiday. I know that seems extravagant, but you need like a good period where you're lying on the beach and you just got that time to think. When you're stuck in the day-to-day grind, when you're stuck in that daily slog, you haven't got time to think. You'll never leave that career that you hate if you don't take some time out. Do you know what I mean? You got to let yourself get your head together, because some things are so demanding. Say if you got like 3 different smaller jobs because you haven't got one big career, you'll be so busy and you'll be so tired that you don't actually give yourself a breather to stop and get off that treadmill and think, what is it that I want for myself? Take the time out, make the time in the next month, okay, and reflect on what it is that you want. Let's see if you've got a true life's purpose that's untapped. Leadership. Okay, you're being asked to not be a subordinate, but be someone who's in leadership, because you've got more knowledge and skills and better know-how. And you Librans want balance. You don't like drama. That's really good. You like fairness. Okay, so you would make sure that workload is fair across a team. You would go about things the right way. You're a rule follower. And you're able to analyze things and weigh things up when it comes to making big decisions. So you're very, very good for leadership as a Libra. Whether that's directing a company or, being a line manager or being responsible for a group of people, you should consider leadership, okay? Discernment. The frequency of discernment supports our ability to view the world and the people around us from a place of inner balance and detachment, yet with compassion and wisdom. Okay, personal qualities and characteristics that people will admire about you in your next workplace. Why is forgiveness always coming out? Look, fairness, of course it is, the scales of justice. I treat people the way I like to be treated. Okay, so you would never like take advantage of people or purposely like bully them in a workplace. You would never like create unfair workload on a couple of people and just or see that and like not harmonize it. You would actively like work to make sure everything's ticking over the best way that you can. Forgiveness, I can let it go when a friend makes mistakes or hurts my feelings. Yeah, so like you're able to have good workplace relationships, to have a laugh with co-workers, to sometimes have to be professional or call rank or look at the legalities of stuff, to stay out of work politics, to negotiate, away from gossip and stuff like that. Judgment. I listen to both sides before making a decision. So you may be someone that wants to work with the law or work with HR, so disputes between colleagues, work for a union. It could be like, someone that has the deciding like factor in a jury, or the deciding factor where we pick one project or the other to go ahead with, or one product or the other to go ahead with. And you could work in the law system, you could be a judge, you could be police, inspectors, investigators. Teamwork. I like to work with my friends. You could be someone that makes friends easily in work. Love. I tell people I care about them when they are not around. Okay, so people feel like they can trust you. They feel like they can confide in you. Sometimes you make friends in a workplace, and it's not with everyone. Some workplaces have more friendly people in, and others are quite, cliquey and toxic, and you're like, I don't really like anyone there, or I thought I did and now I don't. Or there's only one person that I liked and they left. But some workplaces you just think, God, there's like 2 or 3 people there that I just think they're great, and like I've been able to open up to them, or they've opened up to me, and I trust them. They're just busy getting on with their job. They're not like insidious, or like they don't mean me any harm. And we actually have had a laugh sometimes, or I've been in tears and they've come in and like supported me or whatever, you know. Um, or you just have good banter or something. I don't know, like some workplaces are good for that. And you might be, Librans are very like vivacious, gregarious, social. You're the social butterflies out of all the zodiac signs. So you may just like be able to get on with more people in a workplace than most. And it doesn't mean you like everyone or you think everyone's perfect or they're all going to be your best mate, but you're able to like dance around it all and like work hard but be entertaining, and keep conversation going, have like positive interactions, be there for each other. You can love your workplace as well, or you can just love a few individuals that you meet through it. And most of my adult friends in my adult life, I meet them through the workplaces that I go through. I've collected more through work than through anything, and I've left the ones from high school behind. You know, I've made friends from traveling, and living abroad, made friends from workplaces, made some from hobbies more recently. I guess it comes with age, doesn't it? I am surrounded by positive and supportive people. There you go. Yeah, so I feel like you've reached an impasse, Libra, and you've been very patient, you've been very caring, a solid pillar in your workplace, but something's been a battle, something's been a struggle for a long time. And I think you're going through a period in the month ahead of taking stock of like maybe a possible redirection, or what it is that you want for yourself. It could be a total career change. You could be returning to work, because the Queen of Cups is like a very nurturing energy, very patient energy. But you could be in service as well. It's a healing energy. You could be a healer, like alternative therapies, the NHS, mental health. Sometimes you just had enough of doing the same thing for many years, you know. Belief. The frequency of belief supports our sense of self-worth based on our gifts and talents and a strong connection to source. You've got a lot of value within you. Like, look at all these personal qualities that you've got. Judgment. You're able to look at both sides. Teamwork, forgiveness, and love. You very you show people that you care. Fairness and judgment have come out. You've got there's a lot of personal qualities that it makes you quite special, really. Normally I get one or two of these cards come out. It's like to do with community and what's best for the overall of a work community, or helping people, or deciding people's fate. There might be something that you've done, you know, for a long time that doesn't really serve your purpose. It doesn't really, you could be getting to more people and helping more people in a more profound way. If you're currently doing something that's like, say if you were working in a bar, but you could actually be working in the criminal justice system, you know, there's something you might be elevating to like a more profound life purpose. Let's leave it at that. I mean, it's quite nice having a blank canvas to work with and sitting and saying like, what are the things that I want, you know. It's quite, there's something quite exciting about that, really. About a redirection or what you never want and what you often get in leadership positions is people who are not fair. People who are calculated and manipulate and put themselves first, or can't be bothered sorting it out if, you know, harmonisation needs to happen with pay, or harmonisation needs to happen with workload. They can't be bothered, or they don't really care, or they think it's funny, yeah, or someone's like a sociopath, or, you know, a narcissist or something, and like they only like attention when it's on themselves. You don't want that. A good leader is someone that's actually focused on everyone else. And they have to want the best for the organisation. It's no good like being in control and in charge and having a lot of responsibility if you're not humanitarian. And like, how many people are obsessed with themselves and their own financial gain or their own ego, that are in power. We need humanitarian people. Things need to make sense. They need to be ecological. They need to, what's the word I'm looking for? When something's good for people and the environment and financial, makes financial good sense. What's that called? Is it ecological? No, it's begins with S, I think. Sustainable? Sustainable. Sustainability. It has to suit the environment, suit the people, and work financially. And when you get something that meets all three of those things, it's like a stool with 3 legs on it. Okay, it has to be sustainable. If it's financially not viable, if you're going to go through budget, like the HS2 did, if you're going to rip up the environment, you know, like petrol does, if you're going to, I don't know, do something that's terrible for people, yeah, it doesn't work. It has to be sustainable. So a good person in a position of power considers that. You need to do something with a higher purpose, Libra, because you've got the skills and the personal qualities to be great at it and better than what other people are doing right now. Okay, on to Scorpio. Spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards for Scorpio's career, education and finance? The first card being for their recent past, so the previous month. The second card being for the present, today, tomorrow, yesterday. And the third card for the future, so the month ahead. Career, education and finance for Scorpio, please. The Wheel of Fortune. So Scorpio, recently, in the last month or so, you could have felt like very fortuitous, like things have turned in your favour, like the universe has been rewarding you, okay, helping you along, that you've received some sort of opportunities or you've had consistent, you know, success, like a plateau even, you know, like no dips, no breaks. Or you could have had a lucky break or some sort of upshoot in career or education or finance. Ooh, at present, there's an opportunity, okay? So someone could approach you in the next day or two if they haven't already, or you could be very much aware of an opportunity or invite for something. I don't know if it's like for a meeting, an appointment, an offer, you know, a message that's come through, an offer of a collaboration, or someone's tried to headhunt you. You know, I often get recruitment emails for different locations around the world. Sorry, my tummy's rumbling. What time is it? Is it lunch? Yeah. You could have, you know what often happens? Like job offers are like buses, like you wait and wait and wait for one, and then 3 come along. Like, you know, we often have like one job offer and then another one comes and you're like, what am I going to do? Now I have to make a decision. I've got a few days. Always buy yourself some more time. Don't be afraid to say, look, I've got another offer and I need a couple of days to make a decision, to discuss it with family, or like, don't let anyone push you into anything. Well, have I got these cards as well? 2 of Swords, the King of Cups, the 6 of Cups, the 8 of Cups, the King of Swords. 6 of Cups is a soulmate, like nostalgic, like I feel like I'm home with this person, with this place, with this thing. 8 of Cups is... I was thinking of 8 of Pentacles, but it's not. It's 8 of Cups. That's walking away. That's leaving. You're leaving a past workplace or collaboration or, you know, institution of education. You're leaving. There was a decision, or there will be a decision to make. You're going to be in your feels about it. It might be a little bit, you know, you might feel a kind of way about it. You could have been there a long time. It might have served you well. But you're going to leave, okay? And you feel like it's just the right thing to do, that it makes good sense. This is the left logic side of the brain. You may just feel like it's just your time to move on, or you may feel like the company direction has changed and you no longer feel in alignment with their vision, their values, what it is that they want to achieve or how they want to take things. Or you may just feel like it's time to let that be given over to other people, and you want to try something totally different, or you want to retire. This was a planned move. It was your choice. It was strategic. Okay, it was your decision. Or it will be. You're going to leave a workplace, a company, an organisation, an institution. I can't remember if that was the one for the future or it was part of the... I think that was separate, wasn't it? And these were the future. If you're leaving to go elsewhere, what might that be? You are able to discern answers and guidance for yourself and for others. That's interesting because the King of Swords is Aquarius, heavy Aquarius energy. It's Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, air energy. The love language is acts of service. You enjoy to help other people. You enjoy to do what's right, or to mentor or inspire others with communication, writing, speaking, guiding people to be a better version of themselves, or coaching people in something. You may be into tarot or the occult. You may be into... You could be a guidance counsellor. You could be someone, you know, like people that have gone onto the wrong side of the tracks because, like, from young they've just been at a disadvantage, or, you know, they've been like radicalized, or they've been marginalized, or they've been isolated, you know, targeted or whatever. Sometimes you can broaden people's horizons, expand their mind, make them look within, soul search, personal development. Sometimes people hero worship and idolize individuals or associations, and it's difficult for them to see anything else, and you might be the person that's able to do that. Your guidance can be spiritual, it can be financial, it can be career, it could be emotional, it could be health. Hang on, let's look at personal characteristics. What do people admire about you? People like your perspective on life. You give really good advice. You've got that twice, guys. Guidance and advice. Gratitude. I'm thankful for good things in my life. So Scorpio, you're very caring. You've got a lot of depth. Maybe you don't speak that much, but when you do, it's very insightful. It's very wholesome. Sometimes people that talk a lot, they're not saying anything that interesting or that helpful, or they're talking in a way that's hurtful about others. But when people sit in the silence and then they speak, everyone listens, because what you've got to say is very considered, and it's like a nugget of gold. Okay, so it's not water to be wasted. Conception. The frequency of conception invites us to bring our consciousness to our origin, the place where everything in creation begins. It helps us to remember the infinite potential and possibilities of this space and what we can manifest through our own focused awareness and intention. You may be someone that's going to be, it is strongly pointing towards helping others. It could be spiritual guidance, it could be personal growth, counselling. You can have career counselling, marriage counselling, trauma counselling, just being influential, being supportive. Being someone that's able to inspire, to motivate. I don't know, it's definitely to do with helping people. Because this Aquarius energy, they're humanitarian. They care about others. They care about people that aren't in their family, that aren't friends, that aren't colleagues. They just care about people, society, wider groups, towns, villages, countries, communities. There's a lot of people that you can influence and help and give practical support to, give emotional support to, give intellectual support to. Conception's all about to conceive of an idea or to be pregnant, the birth of something, the birth of something. We've got the end of something and the birth of something. You're very good at giving advice. You're a very appreciative, grateful person. You're not greedy. Do you know what I mean? There's like a wholesomeness to this, which means that you can be around people who are vulnerable or be around just any people, and you're like benign, like you mean them well and you're able to help them a lot. I'm capable of making a positive impact on the world. I really like this for you. The world needs people like this. The world has a lot of people like this, but it's lovely to think that you could be one of them, Okay, Sagittarius. Hi, Crystal Sows. F4K. Wallpapers. Hi, Maria. I'm just going to run to the bathroom really quick. I know it's not ideal, but I've needed it for a while. I'll be back in 1 minute. That is 100,000 million times better. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Sagittarius' highest good. Please, can you give me 3 cards for Sagittarius' career, education, and finance? The first card is for the recent past, so the last month or so. The second card is for the present, so today, tomorrow, yesterday. And the third card is for the near future, so the month ahead. Page of Swords. Okay, so at the moment, sorry, not at the moment, in the past, the last month or so, you felt like you need to be on guard. You felt like you need to be watchful of what's coming towards you, who's coming towards you. You're trying to information gather, swords of information, knowledge, observing, a lot of watching, listening, observing people around you for the last month or so. What about today, tomorrow, yesterday? Career, education, and finance. The Hanged Man. So this is a card of being open-minded because we're needing to problem solve. We're anticipating changes, decisions that need to be made, needing to be adaptable. The Hanged Man is suspending himself. He's not making any moves right now. He's waiting and he's trying to look at things from all perspectives, okay? That's why he's upside down, because that way maybe he can see around a situation or check his own behaviour. Sometimes we're approaching things the wrong way, or we're making things harder for ourselves. You know, we're being stubborn. We're not considering suggestions that are being given us. And other times we're just worried about what's on the horizon and like what the best way to approach it is. You know, so it's a good open-minded way to be. Sometimes we're ready to take advice from others. In the month ahead, you got the 3 of Pentacles. So that is teamwork. 3 is a number of community. It speaks of cooperation, okay, with colleagues, with bosses, with subordinates, coming together, working together hard to cooperate and create beautiful things. If people can't cooperate, we're less productive, or things become problematic, or we end up with duplicates, and we've got, you know, 2 people doing work that was for 1 person, and it's a waste of hard work. So good cooperation is very important, and I see that ahead. Okay, in the month ahead, there's going to be a lot of cooperation and teamwork and productivity. So that's really good. It could be within a workplace or within your own company, within an organisation, with other, you know, clients or businesses, with customers. There's going to be good cooperation, good functioning, thoughtful cooperation. If you were looking for a workplace, because that's another possibility, you know, that could be that you've been looking for a new job, looking for a new career, looking for a new workplace. You know, now you're like having to sift through all the findings. This could be that you find the workplace that you're looking for, the job that you're looking for, the role that you're looking for, okay? The employer that you're looking for. See, if you're not currently employed, in the next month you will be employed into a new workplace, okay? Your true life's purpose, let's have a look to see what that involves. Okay, so you could work with animals or children. You could be someone who's very skilled at what you do, and that could involve animals or children, okay, because these are professions. These require knowledge, experience, expertise. You only have to watch one episode of Dogs Behaving Badly to see that you can't just, because you've got the money to buy a dog, doesn't mean you're going to be a responsible dog owner. Just because you've got the ovaries or, you know, sperm to create a child doesn't mean you're going to be a good parent. Just because you can read or write doesn't mean you're a good teacher, okay? Just because you like animals doesn't mean you're able to look after them in the way that is, like, going to be good for them. People try to make animals into babies. They try to put clothes on them. They try to, like, smother them with love, you know, and coddle them. And people don't realise that, like, dogs need to be trained. They like to be purposeful, they're intelligent, and they're mostly just confused when they're behaving badly. They're so confused, and it's your fault because you haven't gone to training and you haven't trained them. There's nothing wrong with the dog, you know, if you're not giving it commands and you're not being clear with it. It doesn't know what you want and it's stressed. So that's very frustrating, that program, to watch that. But not to be underestimated, to be good with animals is a huge skill, and it's not something just anyone can do. And it's the same with working with children. You have to be so patient. You have to not wish them any harm, but you also have to have the patience to teach them right from wrong over and over again, and forgive, you know, their trespasses and things that they do. They will try to challenge you. They will try to, you know, it's a battle of the wills, whether it's toddlers or teenagers. They're pushing against you all the time, you know, but the reward is there. Justice system, your career brings fairness and protection to others who need your help. You know, if you were someone that took advantage of the soul of an animal or the soul of a child, people do these things all the time. So you have to have a strong sense of fairness, what's right and wrong, you know, a strong sense of moral compass, moral conscience. If you don't feel guilty hurting people or animals, then you shouldn't be in a position of trust. Some people can't control their temper, and some people genuinely just don't care. They don't have the heart to work with animals or children. They don't care, you know, and it's wild how many people are like that. And it's wild how many people are in those professions that shouldn't be. You know, there's people that actively want to hurt children, there's people that actively want to hurt animals and will, you know, go to places and work in them so that they've got their supply, which is not nice to think about. But if you're ever feeling down about yourself, or you've got imposter syndrome, or you worry that you're not good enough, think about how wholesome you are and that you are another safe person that vulnerable people can be around. You know, like if you work in the care system, if you work with older people, there's people that actively seek to hurt others that are in those jobs now. So you are doing society a favour to take one of those slots where you are trusted, where you are keeping people safe from harm. Because if you don't, it means it gets taken up by a bad person that is going to hurt them. So if you worry about whether you're good enough or not, don't. You know, you're an earth angel doing any of those jobs. You get it in the healthcare system as well. People who've got like a god complex, or they, you know, they're giving like killer injections to people, or like, you know, purposely like making people suffer. Don't worry about whether you're good enough or not, or whether it's like important enough a role. It's the most important thing you could do. And there will be a way of making more money from it, or doing a different job as well, you know, for a while, or getting higher education or something to make better money from it. But you will find work in the next month, and it's good if you can pick something across those areas, okay? Helping animals or people, because you're a very trustworthy person, Sagittarius. Personal characteristics and qualities that people admire in you. Your humour. That's the first time that's come out, you know. People like your sense of humour. You like to make people smile and laugh. It's a good quality. Laughter is like the best medicine, isn't it? And you can like... I remember being the most depressed I've ever been in my life after breakups, or like just really shit things that happen, like when you're grieving. The first time that you laugh, you wonder when you're going to laugh again. You wonder when you're going to get any relief from what's going on in this permanent state of being nervous and shaken up from crying and whatever. You think you're never going to laugh again. It's such a relief when it starts happening again. Don't underestimate that quality, that personal quality that you possess. There you go, healing. The frequency of healing supports our intrinsic ability to restore our health and wholeness by consciously using the information that comes to us through our senses and harmonizing everything accordingly. You're able to bring harmony to places where there's animals, places where there's people, young people, vulnerable people. You provide humour and you heal people. It's nice. Sacral chakra. The frequency of the sacral chakra, the orange flower of life, supports our ability to flow with our desires and stimulates our creative power to manifest success and abundance in our lives. You're at a very productive, creative part of your life, and you're able to help a lot of people, but it'll be through humour and kindness and fairness and safety. Perhaps, you know, like a sort of service job would be really, really good for you, rather than creating a product or working with a product. Serving people. You can change someone's life by doing that, you know. One thing that you say to them, one smile that you give them, one motivational talk, one kind thing that you do, or one bit of praise or encouragement, they'll never forget it. Maybe you're the person that makes someone feel safe, you know, for an hour, or maybe you make them feel less pain for an hour, you know, less depressed for an hour. I am at peace with myself and the world around me. That's what you can say to yourself, okay? I'm at peace with myself and the world around me. It's like with people, with other people, you feel at home. You like you belong. Okay, take care, Sagittarius. It's all going to work out. You will have a new workplace, if that's the case, in the next month, or you're going to be in full cooperation with people in your workplace in the next month. Right, let's go on to Capricorn. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Capricorn's highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards for Capricorn's career, education, and finance? The first card being for the previous month, the second card being for the present, so today, tomorrow, and yesterday, and the third card being for the month ahead, the near future. Career, education, and finance for Capricorn, please. The last month. Knight of Pentacles. Okay, so you could have approached someone with an invitation or an opportunity, or you could have been approached by someone with an invitation or an opportunity. Knights move. Okay, so you're not just watching and thinking, you're moving, or they're moving. It's very positive. Pentacles are ideas, opportunities. Knights take them, they move with them, they offer them, they actively pursue. For example, like applying for a job in a company, or someone getting in touch to headhunt you or recruit you that thinks you would be a good candidate. Offering investment into something, someone offering to lend you money. In a love situation, a Knight of Pentacles means to invest, you know, in the long term. They're interested in dating, they're interested in getting to know you because they intend to invest time, money, and energy for the long term. So you're investing time, money, and energy for the long term into something, or someone's intending to do that for you in the past. You know, like for an example, could be like giving you a probation period in a new job, or you try it. A probation period is as much for you to see if the workplace is the right fit for you or not. You know, like there's active like intention towards a partnership or investment or opportunity. There's movement, there's intention. The Star. This could have been something that you were after for a while, like wish come true, wish fulfillment. You could feel like you've just been given a job, or you've just been promoted or headhunted and like really excited about an opportunity. It could be something you wanted for a long time or something you didn't see coming. It could have all happened really quickly. Okay, so for the month ahead, oh my god, are you saying what I'm saying? What is going on? The Page of Wands is an exciting new adventure. You could be relocating, you could have taken work abroad, you could have changed careers, you could have shot your shot and ended up getting a yes for something like a collaboration or a dream like scholarship, or you got accepted into university, or you got accepted onto a course. It's something you're really excited about, really optimistic about. The Wheel of Fortune is it's going to be very, very lucky, very successful for you. The Hanged Man is being open to new perspectives. You might shift your perspective on many things or something in particular. You're going to level up. You're going to become an emperor. It could involve travel or just the emperor jumps into his chariot because he has something that he wants to achieve, something that he wants to secure the empire, he wants to defend it, or he wants to attack and gain more territory, to reinstate his superiority, you know, like to reinforce it, to send out a message. I don't know, like this, some sort of like strategic move that's being made by you as an emperor, like leadership. And it's this brand new adventure. It's a huge opportunity. The universe is granting you your wish. Oh my god, guys. The universe is granting your wish, and it's like a level up and then a level up. It may involve relocation. It doesn't have to. It may involve like peripatetic work or moving around. You know, like GPs, like, is it a locum? GP locum, where they like work in a locality and then they move and then they work there for a while and then they move. I don't know. We're kind of like a flying doctor, or like, you could be someone that travels for business in order to sell, to set up new locations. The Emperor is the highest status in the tarot deck. It's like major leadership, major success in some sort of new venture. What you do may require visiting people, so that's why you're on the move, or it's like you're going for a particular location, or maybe going to set up a store somewhere and you've picked, you know, a location for it. And wow, it's it's hugely exciting and positive. Like, just look at that spread, like, for career, education, and finance. Like, the Knight of Pentacles, the Star, the Page of Wands, the Wheel of Fortune, the Emperor, and the Chariot. There's like a period, there's like a pause period when you're at the beginning of this new venture, this new journey, and then you just come into your own and you're like the leader, and you like bat it out of the park. Do you know what I mean? Like, you go for what you want, and you're like on the move, just moving mountains. Like, oh my god, who's Capricorn in here? Because that's awesome. Okay, so your true life's purpose. Okay, it could be to do with animals. There could be something that you do that is to do with animals. They could be part of your life's work, or you could just understand animals and communicate with them really, really well. Like, people need to be at one with, you know, horses in order to work with horses. They need to understand them, talk to them without talking. Same with dogs, same with, yeah, with wild animals. If you try to gain their trust or be around them in their environment, it doesn't have to be that you work with animals, though. You can be good at more than one thing. But you may wish to give back to animals, or you may just be someone that has a lot of animals in your life, or animals make you happy to watch them, you know, like on social media, and like follow the good work that other people do with them. What about personal qualities and skills? You may have had a dream for a long time that you would like to move into working with animals or set up something that helps animals, but yeah, it doesn't have to be. A lot of qualities. Self-control. I watch what I do and say, well, an emperor has to do that. Social intelligence. I know when my friends are happy or sad, and I help them. Sense of meaning. I think about life and how everything is connected. These aren't going to fit on here, are they? Let's put them down here. Zest. I have lots of energy. Creativity. I like to use my imagination. Ooh, I wonder if you're like a filmmaker or producer. You know, when you go and like look for locations, I don't know why I'm thinking of stuff like this, but the creativity and the zest and the like, you know, in order to write movies or film movies or like run a set with loads of people, you have to be good with people. You have to have wider knowledge, like a lot of like wider knowledge and understanding of the world in order to, you know, to be a comedian. You have to be like that. In order to be a writer, you have to be like that. In order, say if you were like producing something that's very profound or entertaining, I didn't know, look at all those skills that you've got. Even leadership. That's so cool. I'm very envious. You could be an artist, you know. Banksy travels, got to go to different locations and stun people and wow people. You could be someone that sets up art installations, you know, a curator. Someone that makes discoveries in different places, someone that gives lectures, TED Talks. Sacral chakra. The frequency of the sacral chakra, the orange flower of life, supports our ability to flow with our desires and stimulates our creative power to manifest success and abundance in our lives. You're in the zone at the moment. You're on fire. You're the emperor. and you're jumping into your chariot, like, you know, the sacral chakra is between your hips, and it makes you feel very like sexual and sensual, but you're very productive as well, like lots of ideas. You've got loads of ideas. Very creative, very productive right now. Sometimes people go and they travel, don't they, or they live abroad in order to write books, in order to share the things that they see and come across with others, like a travel blogger, travel writer. You know, like people that go and they like stage like dance, not a showcase, like more like a dance course, or like opportunities for people to like train and come together and collaborate, like projects that are like on location. Something like that, I don't know. It's something that needs like a lot of coordination, a lot of leadership, a lot of responsibility, working with a lot of people, something creative. It's something you've always wanted is going to happen for you. Oh wait, positive affirmation, sorry. I am worthy of love and affection. I am capable of overcoming any obstacle. Yes, you are. You're jumping into that chariot and off you go. The chariot's not overturned, okay? So you'll be successful or whatever it is that you go for in the month ahead. Go for your dreams, okay? You've got the spiritual green light there. Right, we are going to go on to Aquarius. Spirit guides, the universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aquarius's highest good. Please can you give me 3 cards for Aquarius's career, education, and finance? Okay. What's been going on with them in the last month? What's been going on in the present, so today, tomorrow, yesterday, and what about the month ahead? Okay. Past, present, and future for career, education, and finance for Aquarius. Okay, in the past. Ooh, okay. In the past, there could have been some sort of like ambitious endeavour, some sort of thing that you wanted, okay? Because Queen of Wands is like Sagittarius energy. It's Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, fire energy. But it's like, there's something I want. I'm goal orientated. I know what I want and I want to go and get it. I'm kind of not going to stop. The chariot is getting on the move. It's jumping into that chariot and going for, it's traveling like the emperor jumps into the chariot. Okay, so this Queen of Wands is like, I've got something I want and I'm going to go and get it. Page of Wands is the start of a new adventure. It's exciting, it's thrilling. We've not been down this road before. Okay, so we don't have any preconceived notions of how it's going to go. We're just optimistic, naively optimistic, okay? And then the Wheel of Fortune is the universe brought lots of good fortune, lots of good luck when it comes to this venture, this new direction that you went in. Some sort of new investment or level up or change of role, you know, different department, different location, total different field. You could have worked for a company and then gone solo and worked for yourself. Something different that you went for was given good luck. Okay, it's gone well in the past, in the recent past. Let's look for the present. Eight of Wands. Trying to remember what the Eight of Wands is. Seven of Wands is competitive. Nine of Wands is the wounded warrior. 10 of Wands is inner psych. What is the Eight of Wands? Five of Wands is conflict. Oh my god, why can't I remember? Eight of Wands is good. It's fast action, progress, fast communication. You're going to have progress. Any blocks or delays, any obstacles will be removed. Okay, or have been removed, or being removed, because this is your present energy. Something's progressing. Something's moving along nice and quick now. In the month ahead, okay, you may need to be resilient, be strong, emotionally strong, okay? The Strength card is about protecting what's yours. It's about taking, you know, lions patrol. They literally go around, patrol their territory. They're very strong. They're physically strong. They can be terrifying, but there's a need to be emotionally secure, emotionally stable, and not get angry or not get over emotional about stuff, to not feel defeated, just to stay balanced. Okay, take things in your stride, because things are going to move quickly, or have started to move quickly. There's been progress. Just in the month ahead, take care of your emotions, okay, and try to be resilient, find ways to cope with the responsibility, with the stress that is involved in whatever it is. It's going very, very well. I mean, often when you start something new, you've then got to manage the workload, or, you know, you solve one big problem and you get loads of little problems, or, you know, one thing leads on to another. What I'm getting at is, like, my friend runs a pottery studio, and you know, if he takes on more clients, that's good, because you think, well, it's more money. And then he's got to manage all of that, people that he needs to communicate with, to organise it, to remind them to come and collect everything they made, to make sure that everything's drying at the right stage, and, you know, a lot of the courses overlap, so it's a huge, like, it requires massive organisation, and, you know, I just think that could, like, apply to a lot of things. It doesn't mean that bad things going to happen, or it's going to be, you know, so difficult that it's a problem. It's just that you're going to need resilience, because you could be really busy, or there could be some challenges ahead. But that's normal. That's just part of life. It's ironing out the kinks. It's getting into your flow. Make sure you use your support network, your tribe. resources around you, whether that be practical, emotional, financial. Seek out support, seek and remain resilient. Okay, take turns holding the baton. Don't try to do everything yourself. Outsource work to other people if you need to. Make sure you've got organisational structures in place, okay? I don't want that to sound intimidating because it's obviously going really well, but it's like full throttle now, so. Okay, things that are involved in your life purpose, things that you're good at or should be involved in. Creative expression. Your soul longs to express itself creatively. So either being creative is at the heart of everything you do, or you've got something that's quite dry, quite drab, quite like zeros and ones, and you need a creative outlet in order to have that balance. Because when you go too much logical and factual and dealing with numbers or dry information, you lose your creativity, and your creativity is important for problem solving and for well-being. Okay, so seeing solutions to things, getting new ideas, new inspiration, all comes from your creative side, so don't neglect that. And congratulations if you found a way to be creative, you know, and harness some business potential in that, and that's what this is about, because that's very exciting if that's what you've done. What about personal qualities and attributes? Why is forgiveness coming out like every time? We've got forgiveness, teamwork. So you're a very compassionate person. Didn't we have... No, I'm thinking of the other spread. You're a very compassionate person. You're good at teamwork. You're very, like, you're not braggy. Okay, your talents and your skills and your natural qualities, you just kind of like have those. You don't need to go on about it. I mean, Aquarians are very much humanitarian. You want to help others. You're not really doing it for the glory. You're doing it just because it feels right and true to you to help others, to serve your community, to problem solve people. That makes you feel good. It makes you feel worthy. It's not about bragging rights or ego or status. You don't care about that. Okay. Prudence. I am careful to not take too many risks. I mean, Aquarians, your air signs, so you think everything 3 months before you take action on it. You're very much aware of the risk involved in everything. You're like professional risk assessor, you know. And it doesn't mean that you won't be spontaneous at times. It doesn't mean that you're not passionate, but you're a strategist, okay? Very, very intellectual. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is sacred to you, and you do your research beforehand. Bravery. I stand up for what I believe is right. You've got a strong sense of justice. You like to protect people. You like to give people second chances. You like to mentor people. And you'll put your neck on the line if you believe that, even if you're the only person that does it, if you believe that it's the right thing to do, you'll do it. There may be some bravery required in the month ahead, but people don't know what they're getting involved with when they come across you. You're 10 times smarter, okay? You've already thought about every eventuality, and when you make a move, by the time you make a move, you've had it in the pipeline for a long time. You've been mulling it over, thinking it through, weighing it up for a long time. You know, it's all part of the plan, so you're well well equipped to deal with whatever comes at you. Miracle. The frequency of miracles supports our belief in ourselves as a part of Source, and therefore our belief that anything is possible. Oh my goodness me. Definitely get a vibe of growth, expansion, major progress when it comes to an opportunity, a wish, a goal, something that feels like it's been on the horizon for a long time is here, and obstacles are being removed. And you know, as you settle into stuff, as I said earlier, as you feel, what is it, you learn the ropes of something, or you get like your footing. Maybe it's something that's very different to you, or it needs some organising or getting organised. I don't know. You're going to work your magic on something, I think, but it's not going to be easy. So make sure that you take rest, make sure that you get brain breaks because you're a thinker, and that you utilise your resources, practical resources, financial resources, emotional resources around you. Don't try to do it all yourself, and don't run yourself ragged. Okay, make sure you have rest time, because that's when you do your best. I am constantly learning and growing. I feel like you're going into a new chapter of your life, you know. I don't think this is like a small change. I think it's a huge transition. I think it's a really good one. But I think it's very profound for you. I think it's like a really, really big effing deal, you know. I think you'll be a different person at the end of like whatever challenges come towards you in the next like few years. You'd be like a different person from it. We don't, when things are just easy or calm or the same, we don't really grow. Okay, in periods of challenge, that's when you do the most growth. Just pace yourself, because I know you're obsessed with helping other people and it feels good to help others, but you can exhaust yourself and you can neglect yourself, Aquarius. Sometimes you put in the needs of others before your own, and that's not good. To do that all the time is not good. You forget yourself. Okay, on to Pisces. And then I get to shower and wash and eat and be a person. Okay. Let's have a shuffle. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Pisces' highest good. In terms of career, education, and finance, please can you give me 3 cards for Pisces? One for Pisces is recent past, the last month or so. One for the present, today, tomorrow, yesterday. And the month ahead, okay, the near future. Career, education, and finance when it comes to Pisces, please. Right, in the past, there was some sort of new journey, new adventure. It's something that you chose, something that you planned for. I've never had that happen, by the way. Page of Wands, 2 of Wands, 3 of Wands. I've never had those 3 cards come out and in order. The Chariot. You're excited, you know, you're at a fork in the road, you choose to go down that path. You take action, you can't wait, you're optimistic, naively optimistic. This is something new, it's not something you've done before. It may require travelling. It may require taking one big journey or moving around lots, like frequently. Or it could be that you're just taking action to go for what you want and you intend to win. You know, huge determination, huge excitement, ready for victory. The Emperor gets into the Chariot. So it shows how much you want this. 8 of Swords, so for the present, that's in the past, the last month or so. 8 of Swords is mental imprisonment. It's like intrusive thoughts, things that are like plaguing us, you know. You feel like stuck, you feel like there's no way out. There's some sort of problem that's perceived and we feel like under threat, we feel like there's no solution, or you know, we're just having lots of negative thoughts, getting down about it. But there is a way out. 8 of Swords is like, it's just in the mind, it's perception, it's how we feel and what we think. It's not necessarily the reality, okay? Let's get one for the month ahead. Six of Pentacles. 6 of Pentacles is fairness, equal give and take. Reciprocity. 6 is an even number. You know, 3 pentacles from one person, 3 pentacles from another. You could find like a sense of the effort, the time, the money and the energy that you're putting into something, you are getting that back, or the workload becomes more balanced, or the payoff is starting to like show. That's positive. That's positive. Okay, so whatever discomfort you're feeling, whatever concerns you've got, worries, whatever's like really, really on your mind, making you feel uptight or like stuck, like there's no solution, it's not the case. That's a state of mind. Okay, it may feel that way, but things will balance out, things will find equilibrium. You'll get the payoff for what you've been pouring into, or someone's going to start to take on the weight and the burden that they should always have if it was like more on you, or something's going to become fair that wasn't. It's positive, guys. Pentacles is effort, it's time, money and energy being poured into something, and it's equality. It's 3 from one person, 3 from another. It's balance. It's upright, okay? If it was reversed, I'd say something's unfair, something's unbalanced, but it's not. If you're nervous because you're just like, am I going to get taken advantage of? You're not going to be, okay? That's a really nice sense of fairness, duality, balance. Pisces, what are Pisces qualities? What are their like true life purpose? What does it involve? If they're looking for a career, what should they pursue? What would they be naturally good at? What are they made for? Bodywork. Your life purpose involves bodywork such as massage, energy healing, physical therapy, or exercise training. Okay, so you could work in a gym, you could be a personal trainer, you could be someone who has a lot of sports science or nutrition knowledge. You know how to help people heal after injuries, accidents, illness. You could be someone that helps people remove, stress that they've manifested in their muscles, in their bones, within their nervous system. Bodies are temples, they're very important, and we often abuse them or neglect them or mistreat them. So body work's very important. You could be someone that like trains, like an Olympian or trains like athletes, helps them with nutrition, exercise. You could work for a sports team. You could do physio. You could be into holistic therapy like reflexology. What are the other ones? Aromatherapy, massage, reflexology, Reiki. What's the one with the needles? Acupuncture. You don't really hear about that. People were obsessed with that in like the 90s and the noughties. It was all about acupuncture. I tried it once in a dodgy place in Milan. Some like, oh, I think it was a crank. The place was dirty and the chairs were broken, and he put all the needles in me. I didn't feel better. I felt freaked out. I think he was pretending, or like it was just, I don't know, certified over the internet or something. It was a Chinese guy, but it's just how creepy the place was. It was really dirty and the chairs were like broken and there was no one else in there. And I was like, what am I doing here? I was desperate because I had chronic fatigue. Like I was sleep deprived for years living abroad. And I just really needed to sleep. And I was trying anything, absolutely anything. Different teas, like supplements, cognitive behavioral therapy, like anything. It didn't work. Something to do with the body. I love massage. I think it's very important. I think there's so many sensory receptors in our bodies and we're just used to ignoring them and turning everything off. And, you know, you can literally reset a person, can't you, with body work? Like, yeah, something that you've invested money into, or something they're pursuing or trying to set up, or that you've started working as, something that you really planned for and wanted. You've got these like anxieties and worries about right now, but in the month ahead, something's going to be fair, something's going to be equal, balanced, to do with time, money, and energy. I hope that resonates and makes sense, Pisces. It's positive. It's something to do with what you invest will be returned, you know, like there will be fair workload, or like you'll start to see the payoff. It's reciprocity, balance, fairness. A good partnership, something like this. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Personal qualities. You have a lot of perseverance. Now, someone that is feeling lazy or gives up easily would be a terrible motivator in a gym, or when it comes to honing like a skill, like a talent. Like bodybuilding, you've got to be so disciplined, and you can't want instant results. It's like the long-term process over like 6 months, isn't it? 6 months to a year. The bulking and the shredding, like yoga. You got people who are beginner at yoga, people who are sort of like medium, and then you got advanced, like crazy flexible, crazy disciplined. It's like a religion to them, like yoga, like getting to like the height of what you're doing, whether it's training, you know, for a marathon, or like the high jump, some sort of athletics, triathlons, the Tour de France, whatever it is, like you could be like trying to be the best at what you do. Like you might be a competitor, do you know what I mean? Maybe like thousands and thousands and thousands of people doing what you do, and you're trying to win competitions or be the best, become renowned. Like you could be a boxer or something, I don't know, you know. You've got perseverance though, and fairness. Now in a lot of sports you need good sportsmanship, you need good discipline, and you also need to be accepting of rules. Okay, it doesn't work when people can't cope with rules. You've got to understand the game, you've got to understand the competition, the rules. You've got to be focused, highly driven. You mustn't use your knowledge to take advantage of anyone. You mustn't cheat. You know, thinking about the holistic therapies, you know, someone's undressing in your premises, you got to find a way to do things above board and make them feel secure, make them feel like they want to return, that you're not secret filming them or groping them or being, you know, making comments or looking at them a kind of way. You got to be a very wholesome person, haven't you? Because they're trusting you. They're taking their clothes off. You don't do that for people like money, or like it's a trusted position, it's a highly trusted position, and people have, you know, discomfort, insecurities, they have injuries, they have illnesses, they have, people have the biggest insecurities, and to go for something like a massage and take all their clothes off and lie down in bed could be something where they just feel really vulnerable, or like, you know, to go for physio or something. People have scars, people have like stretch marks, they have, you know, pigmentation, they have like alopecia, they have like whatever, you know. They could be incredibly like underweight or overweight, or like everyone's got loads of stuff that they're insecure over. So you're in a position where you need to be wholesome, you need to be fair, you need to be pure, safe, like they're worthy, you know, build a self-esteem, not do anything receptive to it. You hear about it all the time in the sports industry and like anything that requires intense discipline, perseverance, rules, competition. There's big money involved, but there's also like abuse of power, abuse of position, cheating, there's, sexual abuse. Like there's loads of bad stuff that goes on where someone's putting their whole life into particular goals or dreams, and they're prepared to do whatever it takes to get there. Putting their bodies through crazy like endurance, crazy stamina, crazy poses or positions, or like stretching out too far. Like they're trusting people that are training them, that are working, doing body work, and there's weirdos everywhere, so you've got to be really careful. You've got to be a good person to work with people's bodies and not hurt them, not take advantage of that position. You've got to be, there's a lot involved in body work as well, because if you're talking to people about nutrition, you don't want to hurt their feelings, you don't want to offend them, but you also don't want to trigger like disorders or like behaviors where people over exercise, or like it's more common, I think, than if you look around, there's people that are going running and they look emaciated, like there's people that over exercise and it's not talked about. But you need to be very careful when you're dealing with people, because it's about attitude, discipline, behaviors, habits. Yeah. People are complex, aren't they? I think it's a job that you probably assume is really easy, and it's not. It's not really easy. Getting people to eat right, getting people not to cheat, getting people like to put the hours in, to follow the program, to not risk their safety, to eat enough, to not take shortcuts. Like it's quite a complex world, I think. So, not saying you're definitely going to do body work as a career, or you're definitely in that, but there may be an untapped quality or skill or talent there, or it may be something to pursue in the future. Allowance. The frequency of allowance invites us to be open to whatever comes our way, without judgment, without opinion, without fear, and without resistance. When we allow, the universe becomes our partner in the wondrous dance of existence and expansion. Ooh! There's something in that, isn't there, with that Six of Pentacles? Something will be fair, something will be balanced, something will be reciprocal, you will get payback. There will be good partnership. I am capable of overcoming any obstacle. I am worthy of love and affection. Don't be a workaholic, okay? You can get obsessed by what you do, especially when you've, dipped into some new venture, or if you work for yourself, you can think, I just need to work 24/7. It's not the case, okay? Like, make time for love, make time for your hobbies, your passions, your things that you don't have to be productive all of the time. You don't have to be disciplined all the time. Allow yourself to make the rules sometimes, allow yourself to take shortcuts sometimes. allow yourself to like be, and not just like you're not just what you do. I don't know why I feel like I need to see that. Okay. Right, on that note, I think I've pulled all the cards that I'm going to for you. Take care, Pisces. Good luck with whatever it is that you are forging ahead with. Okay, don't let your mind be the master of you. It's sometimes we just are overthinking stuff, or we're worried because it's a leap, or it's going to be fair, it's going to work out. Okay, don't obsess. Right, take care, everyone. I'll see you in the